Chapter 1239. The Divine Skin Scroll, the Tree of Life, they were all part of the plan to lure the great sage Yen Qi into the ancient emperor formation and kill him. The curtains fell, and the killing began. This was a massacre. Bright light and blinding light transformed into the roars of dragons and cries of phoenixes that swept through the heroes present. In the depths of the mountain range, Dao Yi watched all of this calmly. The great sage beside him had already made his move, suppressing the fire Qilin Cave's blue-gold divine staff. What was the most powerful in ancient times? Other than the living great emperors, it was naturally their weapons and formation diagrams. The latter did not require spiritual power to be activated. As long as they were activated, it was equivalent to an ancient emperor attacking. Blood splattered everywhere as the ancient race saints fled in defeat. Corpses were left behind, and lives were ended one after another. In the ancient emperor-killing formation, they were as fragile as porcelain. Every ray of light swept past, and a person died. Their bodies were covered in cracks, including their primordial spirits. The saints were bleeding and dying. Bang! A black ape as tall as a mountain with demonic wings on his back fell into a pool of blood. An ancient emperor's sword ray pierced through his forehead, killing him in one blow. Another ancient king transformed into a four-headed and eight-armed body, defending against the peerless killing light. But it was futile. His body was covered in bloody holes in an instant, and he died unwillingly. No one could resist. They charged forward frantically, wanting to escape, but how could they? The ancient emperor formation was activated and operated on its own. This was a killing field isolated from the universe. Wherever the light swept past, there was only destruction. The entire planet was sealed, and no one could escape at this moment. Blood qi filled the air, and Dao patterns interweaved, forming a world of asuras. Great sage, please save us. The saints gathered towards Yen Qi. At present, only he could hold on. The blue Qilin divine staff revived, suppressing the universe and forming a temporary harbor of peace. Within this formation, huge mountains turned into Dao marks that pressed forward. The ancient emperor formation could bestow spiritual consciousness to the world's gods of the universe, making them temporarily immortal and coexisting with the extreme Dao. A jet-black ancient race expert with a wingspan of over a dozen miles wanted to soar into the sky, but he was crushed by two approaching mountains and turned into meat paste. His blood flowed down like a small river. An ancient race expert with a human head and a snake body that was 8 to 9 miles long was torn apart by a formation pattern. His blood dyed the ground red. This was a tragic battle. Even though the ancient emperor formation was incomplete, with less than 30% of the formation diagram remaining, it could still kill all the heroes in the world. At this moment, there was no suspense. The array diagram awakened, hazy and indistinct. The interweaving rays of light covered the entire planet, killing everything in its path. Flame Qilin roared in anger, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Apart from him and Fire Qilin, all the experts of the Fire Qilin Cave had been killed. 8 or 9 ancient saints of the other races who had followed them had also been killed. Time passed too quickly. It was almost an instant kill. This was the power of the ancient emperors. When they were alive, they were the best in the world. After their deaths, they would shake the world and be unstoppable. The great sage Yen Qi roared angrily. He used his divine staff to tear apart the sky and earth, wanting to kill a way out. Blue light swept the heavens. He could protect the people around him and temporarily block the formation diagram. However, the other party also had an emperor weapon and quickly closed in. The Dao Evolution celestial robe shone with millions of rays of light. Behind him, immortal qi gathered and dozens of golden immortal swords appeared. They slashed down together, forcing him to retreat and spit out blood. Dao Yi was familiar with the emperor-level formation here and told the great sage how to enter and exit it. With the protection of the Tao Evolution Celestial Robe, this person was unstoppable. The aura he displayed now was much stronger than a few days ago. The great sage of the Fire Qilin Cave's expression changed. This person was not weaker than him. This was a battle to the death. Whether the ancient race could escape depended on whether Yan Qi was strong enough. Only he could defy the heavens. Do you dare to fight against me? The Fire Qilin roared. His blue hair fluttered in the wind and a Qilin diagram appeared on his slender and strong body. The blood in his body rumbled like thunder, shaking the heavens until it exploded. Dao Yi stood tall and straight like the morning sun. He smiled and said, "Why wouldn't I dare? Do you still have the life to fight against me? Yan Qi, block the person wearing the ancient emperor clothes for me. I will go and kill the culprit." The Fire Qilin spoke. Patterns appeared under his feet and an ancient diagram appeared. He turned into a ray of light and rushed out. Dao Yi revealed a strange expression and focused on preparing for battle. It was a Qilin diagram that seemed to have a life of its own. It severed the formation patterns that rushed out from the ground and protected the Fire Qilin. It could be called a divine object. To be able to move within the damaged ancient emperor formation, it is limited by the material. Even though it isn't an emperor-level weapon, it can be classified as an immortal treasure. It came from the hands of an ancient emperor. Dao Yi said softly. Every single ancient emperor's magical force was unrivaled. Apart from their own weapons, they might also refine a few life-saving magical artifacts for their children. Your Highness, I will help you get rid of him. Luan Feng and Mi Luo, who had disappeared for many days, spoke at the same time. Forget it, you two aren't familiar with the ancient emperor diagram and don't have an imperial weapon to protect you. A single wrong step will result in your deaths. Moreover, I need him and also want to fight against him. Dao Yi laughed. He was extremely relaxed and didn't seem to mind. He pointed out with his hand and a jade pendant appeared. It actually opened up the void and produced a secret passage, allowing Luan Feng and Mi Luo to leave. You two return to Eternal Lord Star and kill those Big Dipper experts who haven't arrived yet. He gave this order. Luan Feng and Mi Luo obeyed. They were extremely moved. Only today did they find out that this person was the youngest son of Dao Yen deity. He was sealed a divine source and revived in this era. Not long ago, someone told them that they could use the divine skin ancient scroll to search for Tan Mao's star domain and that they didn't need to stop the foreign holy beasts. However, they never expected the mysterious person to have such a great background. The two of them disappeared. The Fire Qilin released a long roar. His hair was standing on the immortal treasure Qilin diagram and he instantly arrived to fight Dao Yi. In the Fire Qilin's hand, a blue divine staff appeared. It was resplendent and sparkling and actually released an unmatched imperial might. No one had expected this kind of scene. It was shocking. Had the third imperial weapon appeared? How was this possible? This was an imitation and was exactly the same as the Qilin divine staff. It was also a forbidden weapon and the number of times it could be used was limited. However, its power wasn't weak. Back then, when Yi Fan wanted to kill the Heavenly Prince, he had fought against several ancient princes. He had used the Green Cauldron to stop them. And now, the Fire Qilin suddenly took out this imperial weapon imitation. He wanted to kill them in one blow and use his own power to instantly reverse the situation and kill the culprit. It was because the few remaining saints were also about to fall. Every second of delay would cause blood to splash out. It was an unbearable burden. Dao Yi put away his smile. Faint golden light appeared on his body. A terrifying set of undying divine clothes covered his body. Imperial might pervaded the air. He also had an imperial weapon imitation. At this moment, it suddenly appeared. Surging golden energy surged and surged outwards, about to tear apart heaven and earth. The two of them didn't make contact. This was a confrontation between ancient imperial weapons and had nothing to do with their strength. They fought through the air. The sparkling blue divine staff hacked down. Golden Tao tribulation immortal light danced about. Blinding radiance erupted between the two as they collided head-on. Pooh! The fire Qilin spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His body flew outwards. His head of blue hair all stood on end. A streak of lightning radiance shot out from his mouth. He was like an angry Qilin as he threw himself over murderously again. Dao Yi didn't move at all. He was still fighting the fire Qilin through the air. Mist was hazy between the two of them. Dao marks were endless as the two imperial weapon imitations clashed. Do you dare fight with me outside this region? Throw away the imperial weapon and fight with your own strength. The fire Qilin shouted. You aren't my opponent. Dao Yi calmly said. My imperial weapon imitation cracked after being smashed by the immortal cauldron, so it naturally can't suppress your divine clothes. Do you dare to fight me to the death? The fire Qilin said. First, your cultivation realm is a level lower than mine. If you fight me, you will undoubtedly die. Second, you guys are already in my trap. I don't want to open an opening. Third, if you can escape by luck, when your cultivation realm is high enough, I can accept your challenge. After understanding the fire Qilin's cultivation, Dao Yi spoke of these 3 points. The fire Qilin was looked down upon. His eyes were like divine lamps. He suppressed a wave of resentment in his heart. With a roar that shook the 9 heavens, he activated the divine staff and made it burn. He was going to stake his life on the line. Come back. Great Sage Yan Qi cried out in alarm. He was afraid that the fire Qilin would exhaust his source energy and disregard everything to perish together with the enemy. Moreover, he felt that doing this might not necessarily be able to kill Dao Yi. This person had most likely become a saint. Yan Qi turned around. The true Qilin divine staff in his hand split the cosmos, sweeping the fire Qilin back to protect him. At this time, the scene was too tragic to look at. There were more than 20 ancient kings that came to the 5th divine planet, but now, only 5 or 6 of them were left. The rest had all died in battle. The situation was incomparably critical. If this continued, everyone would die. The other party had an imperial weapon and an ancient imperial formation. They couldn't resist. Prince, use the Qilin diagram to leave first. Yan Qi transmitted secretly. He felt bitter and had a bad premonition. However, Dao Yi calmly stood not far away and didn't give them a chance. He would attack the fire Qilin at any time. Does the heavens want us to die? Great Sage Yan Qi despaired. The only thing worth rejoicing about was that there was still an ancient imperial daughter who hadn't come. Otherwise, all hope would have been lost. Dao Yi completely controlled the situation. The ancient race's defeat was only a matter of time. He opened his heavenly eyes and cut through the clouds. He looked towards outer space and stared at Yifan and the old mercenary's ship. He revealed a toothy smile and said, "Are the two of you well?" The old mercenary sighed. This old one had eyes but couldn't see. "Greetings, Your Highness. Senior is a genius of a generation. There is no need to be like this. There are still some dangers here. Please leave early," said Dao Yi. "Okay." The old mercenary Huobai was very straightforward. He turned around and disappeared into the depths of the universe. "Dao brother, your divine aura is contained and your immortal bones are growing. That is most likely the indestructible golden body, right? Why don't you come down and have a chat?" Dao Yi smiled. Blazing light surged. The ancient imperial formation on the planet actually extended. Many great Dao runes flew up. This wasn't a formation diagram, but it was an extension of its divine might. It was similarly terrifying. Yifan also smiled and said, "It is fate that we meet. Dao brother is so kind, how can I not accept?" Boom! He wore a 5-colored divine armor that was many times stronger than before. This was the supreme armor of a Saint King, and now, it had fallen into his hands. This was naturally the result of his activities on the Eternal Lord planet. Then, Yifan held a green cauldron that was mottled with rust and pressed down on the imperial runes. The bronze cauldron was stimulated and pressured. Green light surged from it and it began to counterattack. "This is," Dao Yi revealed an expression of shock for the first time. He lost his previous calmness. This kind of aura was like an ocean. It was definitely an imperial weapon that could cut open a portion of the formation diagram. The two ancient imperial weapons combined would definitely be able to cut open a path of survival. All of his arrangements would be for naught and all of his previous efforts would be wasted. Dao Yi's expression was solemn and he could no longer remain calm. "Dao brother, my body is unwell and I need celestial medicine to heal. Let's make a deal. Can you lend me your ancient tree of life?" Yifan said with a serious expression. Chapter 1240. Dao Yi's expression froze. He didn't expect a third emperor weapon to appear. This would turn the situation around. Was he really going to fail at the last moment? "Dao brother, my body is really unwell and I have no choice but to do this. Lend me the life tree and I will leave immediately. I will return it to you next time." Yifan had a sincere expression. Dao Yi revealed a worried expression. He didn't want to give in and wanted to stall for time. However, Yifan didn't give him the chance. He pressed down with the green cauldron and was about to endanger the formation. Seeing this, Yan Qi spoke while fighting, "Dao friend, you helped me escape. I will repay you generously. From now on, you and the Fire Qilin Cave will be friends forever. Senior, don't panic. I will save you." Yifan pressed down on the green cauldron again. The hazy light was terrifying but he knew his limits and didn't get involved. He said, "My abilities are low and I don't have any techniques. Why don't Senior teach me an ancient emperor's secret divine technique to break through the formation?" Yan Qi was filled with hatred. He had already lowered his stance but this madman was still taking advantage of the situation to give him pressure. The Fire Qilin's eyes were filled with killing intent. However, Yifan ignored him and didn't even look at him. "Dao brother, I have internal injuries and urgently need celestial medicine. If you don't help me, then forget it. I don't want to live anymore. I will use this ancient emperor formation to bury my body," Yifan said fiercely. The green cauldron shone brightly and surged with essence energy. It fell down dozens of feet and destroyed many ancient Emperor Dao symbols. This was the divine might of the formation. Even though it didn't harm the main body, if this continued, the green cauldron would really crash into the formation. Dao Yi no longer had a smile on his face. This was the first time in his life that he was threatened like this. He sighed inwardly at himself for provoking him at the last moment. He actually provoked an ancient emperor weapon. "Ah!" A miserable cry rang out. Another saint died. He came from the mixed sky race, a member of the 10 great ancient king clans. His magic power was heaven-reaching. "Dao friend, I will teach you a divine technique called the Qilin Slash. It can kill gods. Listen carefully." Yan Qi could no longer hold it in. The ancient saints who followed him were all people worthy of his protection. It was truly regrettable that they died like this. "All right, I'm all ears." Yifan smiled. "Slow down." Dao Yi spoke, making a choice. A tender branch appeared in his hand, about a foot long. At the same time, Yan Qi sent a soul sense into Yifan's ears, informing him of a secret technique. Yifan sneered in his heart. Did Yan Qi really think that he could be bullied? This secret technique was extraordinary, but it had a flaw. This was the conclusion that the Battle Saint technique had quickly deduced. Dao Yi was very straightforward. With a flash of green light, the branch rushed into the sky and appeared in Yifan's palm. A string of twigs that looked like they were made of jade was sparkling and translucent, glowing brilliantly. At the same time, Yan Qi, the great sage, held the divine staff and rushed into the sky along the trail of the tender branch. He wanted to use this route to escape. However, the opponent was also a great sage. He was unstoppable and entangled him, forcing him back. Obviously, he couldn't escape. Dao brother is just too petty. You have a tree of life, yet you only gave me such a small branch. It can only treat external injuries, not enough to treat my Dao injuries. Yifan said with a sigh. Brother Yi, you should learn to be content. Dao Yi revealed an unhappy expression. I also only have a branch. I don't have the real tree of life. It was lost in the depths of the universe. Sigh, if that's the case, my injuries are difficult to heal. But who is willing to die? Dao brother, please give me a slightly thicker branch. Yifan said. Dao Yi was depressed. This was the first time in his life that he wanted to beat someone up. This indestructible golden body was really asking for a beating. Especially after seeing how serious and sincere he was, Dao Yi really wanted to send him flying with a slap. Dao Yi had set up a trap to kill great sage Yan Qi. Nothing could go wrong, or else the consequences would be unimaginable. If Yan Qi escaped, there would be destructive revenge in the future. He was a bit depressed. Why did he provoke such a troublemaker at the last moment? He stared at Yifan with a dark expression. The bright smile from before could no longer be seen. Ah, another miserable shriek was heard. Another ancient saint fell. He was cut into two by the formation and his blood dyed the sky red. Yan Qi was anxious. Dao friend, why didn't you fulfill your promise? I have already taught you a divine technique. Yifan's eyes were cold. He stared at him and said, I don't dare to learn your divine technique. I am afraid that I will turn into Dao. Fine, I will teach you another technique. It is absolutely safe. This is the ultimate divine technique of the ancient emperors. Yan Qi shouted. He was shocked. He didn't expect Yifan to be so terrifying. In such a short period of time, he deduced the hidden injuries of that technique. Dao Yi opened his mouth and his divine voice rumbled. Are you not afraid that I will leave the fire Qilin as a hostage and release Yan Qi to kill you? If I dare to do this, then I naturally have a way to protect myself. Moreover, if you do that, then everything will be for naught. I believe that as the great sage of a race, he won't be stupid enough to be threatened by you after obtaining his freedom. Yifan smiled faintly. What if I fight against you? Dao Yi became incomparably forceful. His holy might overflowed into the heavens, stirring up 10,000 layers of waves that directly entered the cosmos. Within the formation, the fire Qilin's expression changed. He clenched his fists and a torch-like radiance shot out from his eyes. You can come and give it a try. Yifan was extremely domineering. Divine light erupted as he said, I just happen to need a powerful saint to fight against. What you need is a powerful saint and not an ancient prince who has become a saint. Dao Yi's eyes were deep as he stared straight into his heart. Yifan smiled. He weighed the green copper cauldron in his hands and then smashed it down with a ferocious clang. The entire formation diagram trembled violently. Perhaps it really could be cut open. Fine, Dao friend has helped me break free. The fire Qilin cave will definitely reward you generously. We will walk the path of immortality together. Yan Qi said. The fire Qilin bit his lips until blood seeped out. He didn't say a single word. Today was a type of humiliation for him. He would rather die in battle than beg for mercy. He glared at the great sage Yan Qi. Fine, I'll lend you a piece of the life tree. Use it to treat your injuries. After Dao Yi made his decision, he didn't hesitate at all. He broke off a branch that took up a third of the tree and tossed it out with a shake of his hand. Yi Fan circulated the army symbol formula and held it in his palm. After holding it, his entire body felt extremely comfortable. He was wrapped within a powerful wave of life energy. Fine, Dao friend is decisive in doing things, making one feel extremely happy. Let's part ways here. The mountains will not change and the rivers will continue to flow. I look forward to seeing you again in the future. Yi Fan said. Dao Yi's face immediately darkened when he heard Yan Qi speak like a bandit among mortals. It's best if we don't meet again. Yi Fan waved his hand and walked towards the ship. It seemed like he was going to leave on it. However, his entire body suddenly disappeared. He entered the green cauldron and drove it towards the formation diagram. You. Dao Yi's expression changed. Good, Dao friend is indeed considerate. You and I both come from the Big Dipper, so we should be of the same breath and branch and support each other. Yan Qi laughed loudly. However, he was soon stunned. The green cauldron passed by the formation diagram and didn't crash into it. It tore through the void above the planet and disappeared in an instant. Dao Yi nodded as if he understood. He didn't stop it as it passed through the city. What is this? The 2 or 3 ancient saints beside Yan Qi were in despair. During this process, a large net appeared in the distance. It enveloped Yi Fan's cosmos mothership and covered the entire starry sky. If Yi Fan had walked in this direction just now, he would have walked right into the trap and definitely been captured. No one expected him to go in the opposite direction, passing through the ancient emperor formation and escaping just like that. This was a brilliant net that seemed to be forged from the stars in the sky. Strand after strand of divine splendor flickered about. Every strand of the net was like a river of stars that covered half the cosmos. The younger generation these days really are more slippery than the last. They are all so hard to catch. In the void, an elder sighed and gloomily collected the net. It was precisely the old mercenary Huobai. He didn't reveal his true body and hid in the darkness. After watching for a while, he left into the distance and said, "Sigh, I really didn't expect him to have an immortal cauldron on him. I actually missed him." Yi Fan needed to fight, but not here. The 2 great sage were here, each with an extreme Dao imperial weapon and the ancient emperor formation diagram. If he fell into this place, he would definitely die. Moreover, the deities had suffered greatly here and most likely wouldn't let the matter rest. They might retaliate at any time, so it wasn't good to stay here for long. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I thought I was the oriole, but who would have thought that there would be an old mercenary? This damned old thing is actually a vicious fellow. Yi Fan cursed. Ah. Following the fall of the first king race's saint, only the fire Qilin was left by great sage Yan Qi's side. The others had all died. This old one is going to stake it all against you. Yan Qi roared angrily. He ignited his own life energy and sacrificed the Qilin staff. At this moment, the blue divine radiance could be seen even from the endless distance. It was many times more resplendent than stars. It streaked across the sky and illuminated eternally. The blue-gold divine staff cut open the cosmos and tore a corner of this incomplete ancient emperor formation diagram. Yan Qi rushed into the heavens with the fire Qilin. Half of his body was burned and his primordial spirit cracked. He paid an irrecoverable price. You can't leave, Dao Yi said softly. He stood in place, but the formation diagram became even more terrifying. Divine radiance swept out in all directions, destroying everything. Meanwhile, the great sage wearing the Tao Evolution immortal robe followed like a shadow. He locked onto Yan Qi and didn't give him a chance to escape. Immortal mist surged and killing intent surged, drowning Yan Qi within. The ancient emperor formation diagram was unmatched. It didn't need to be activated to seal the heavens. Your Highness, I will send you away even if I have to risk my life. Yan Qi's body was covered in blood. Only his head was still intact. The rest of his body was covered in blood and was about to melt. Yan Qi! The Fire Qilin shouted. This time, I will become the sinner of the Fire Qilin cave because I can't send the Qilin staff away. I can only send your Highness away. I need this divine staff to block them or else they will catch up to your Highness. Yan Qi coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and his eyes dimmed. Yan Qi spat out a mouthful of essence blood and then roared angrily. The divine staff had completely recovered, but the Tao Evolution immortal robe was the same. It was no weaker than him and was suppressing him. At the same time, the formation diagram locked onto him. It cut his spirit and killed his primordial spirit. Yan Qi, go. Take the Qilin staff and escape. The Fire Qilin shouted. Yan Qi didn't say anything. His entire body became brighter and brighter, outshining many stars. He released the undying power and his body quickly disintegrated. The great sage's essence blood was completely evaporated. Only his head remained. It merged with the Qilin staff and his eyes were lifeless. He activated the weapon and split open a corner of the formation diagram. A void passage was shaken open and the Fire Qilin was sent in. Prince, you have to live on. In the future, you can rely on your bloodline to at least become a quasi-emperor. My achievements will stop here. The Qilin staff will be obtained by them, but no one can seal it forever. An imperial weapon can't be humiliated. At most, they can use the Tao Evolution immortal robe and the formation diagram to suppress it for a few decades. In the end, it will fly away on its own. No one can destroy the deities within the extreme Tao weapon unless Tao Yi becomes a great emperor. Prince, you have to take care of yourself. I can't protect you anymore. Prince, you have to learn from others' strong points. Someone like Tao Yi is terrifying and can live for a long time. Yan Qi's voice became weak. The Fire Qilin cried out in pain. But after entering the dark void, he couldn't see or hear anything. He left the battlefield. Yan Qi's body turned into a bloody pulp. His head was also cracked and his eyes were dim. But he still fused with the Qilin staff and blocked there. Tears blurred the Fire Qilin's eyes. Just now, he was still dissatisfied with Yan Qi. He was angry at Yan Qi for compromising and hated him for lowering his head to Tao Yi and Yifan. But in the end, everything was to save him and not to save his own life. Ah! The Fire Qilin fell from the void and landed on a dead star. He grabbed his hair and knelt on the ground, letting out a heart-wrenching roar. I will become stronger. I definitely won't stop at the quasi-emperor level, he roared sorrowfully. He was like a wounded beast crying in loneliness. Chapter 1241. The great battle came to an end. Specks of Tao radiance scattered like a rain of flowers, leaving behind an indescribable sadness. The Yan Qi's body turned into a bloody pulp and his head split open. At the last moment, his dim eyes gazed in the direction of the Big Dipper with indescribable sorrow. Pooh! A beam of light streaked past and his head exploded. His primordial spirit blossomed like fireworks. The great sage of the Fire Qilin cave had fallen and returned to the dust. The path of cultivators is too lonely. Only this sentence floated out, sobbing with the wind. Bloody mist lingered on the ancient star. They all belonged to saints and were mixed together, making it impossible to distinguish one from the other. Occasionally, a few white bones could be seen stained with traces of blood, telling of the endless sorrow. The battle ended and the saints of the Big Dipper were defeated. Fallen trees rustled and withered branches covered the wilderness. It was a desolate scene. The fifth divine star had become a true dead star. Clang, 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 the Chelan divine staff struggled as if it was filled with sorrow. It was ice blue like a diamond and shone with tens of thousands of strands of multicolored light. Unfortunately, it couldn't escape. The divine Tao evolution robe had long since fallen off the body of the great sage and was worn on the ancient staff to suppress it. At the same time, the formation diagram also contracted and pressed down on the immortal robe. This kind of double suppression caused the Chelan divine staff to slowly calm down. The deity fell into a deep sleep and couldn't be completely revived. Daoi stood in the mountain range and didn't move for a long time. There was no joy, anger, sorrow or joy. Human world copper furnace, we are all fighting in the flames of the mortal world. He sighed softly and his eyes regained their calmness, revealing their original brilliance. He and the great sage took action together to clean up the battlefield and refine the fifth divine star into a fist-sized crystal. It was as heavy as the heavens and could crush the universe. He put it away. At the same time, in the depths of the dark universe, the fire Chelan hugged his legs and sat in a corner within a cosmic mothership. He carried endless sorrow as he traveled alone. On the eternal main star, Wanfeng, Mi Luo, and the others began a massacre. They were invincible and unstoppable. Yan Qi was defeated and the saints fell. Some of the ancient kings who didn't go to the fifth divine star were dealt with. They were surrounded and attacked from all directions. The ancestral kings of the Northern Dipper races were destined to be defeated. Without the guidance of the great sage, the strongest group of people had already fallen. It was inevitable that they would lose this battle. In the outer realms, the wind and rain of blood were wretched. The Big Dipper's eternal battle finally came to an end, leaving behind many saint bones. Apart from this, the saints from outside this region were almost completely wiped out as well. They didn't obtain anything and lost their lives. After the battle, the eternal factions didn't feel any joy. They deeply understood how terrifying Big Dipper was. Was it over just like that? No one could say for sure. Leave. Leave the eternal star domains. Some of the great clans were prepared for the worst. They withdrew some of their troops from this place and sent them far away. Sorrowful cries rang through the eastern wasteland. The ancient races were greatly shaken, not daring to believe this reality. Even the flame Chelan died, and the ancient imperial weapon was seized by someone. A few of the smaller clans only had a single ancestral saint. For the sake of a share of the spoils, they went on expeditions, but in the end, they declined, triggering great grief. This was a desolate rain that threw the Northern Dipper eastern wasteland into chaos. Many people could not accept this result. The ancient races roared angrily. This battle ended. Only the 9 Phoenix King, Chelan Heavenly King, Bull Demon King, and a few other experts returned. News of their defeat spread through all clans. What a pity. So many heroes were buried in foreign lands. Not even the great sage Yan Chelan was able to return alive. This is an unendurable loss. So many people died in this expedition into the eternal. The price is too great. Everyone sighed, especially Fire Chelan Cave. Killing intent surged, wishing they could scatter the endless flames of war across the eternal. They were going to carry out the final expedition. The flame Chelan fell, and so did many experts. Even now, the flame Chelan child still hadn't returned. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The defeat was too thorough. It was too miserable. The path of immortality is about to open. I wonder how many more people are willing to carry out this expedition, the Eternal was a bone that was difficult to chew. Right now, everyone was making preparations for immortality. They weren't willing to waste their accumulations from ancient times until now. How can it end like this? My Primordial Lake and Blood Phoenix Mountain are willing to demand an explanation for all of you. The archaic emperor race was extremely powerful. Someone stood out, wanting to carry out the third expedition and establish a brilliant reputation. They weren't willing to die like this. On the Eternal Lord Star, Dao Yi stood on a broken mountain. Leaves fluttered about everywhere. He looked towards the dusky sky and said softly, "A great disaster is coming. Your Highness, let's go." The great sage who had fought against the Yen Qilan said. He stood behind him with his hands at his side. Dao Yi said, "The Eternal will lose. Their strength is far from being able to compare to the Big Dipper. With the Emperor Dao's immortal might, defending for a few years shouldn't be a problem. Maybe they can even lure the deities over. So what if they can defend for 10, 100 years? In the end, they will still be trampled over." The Big Dipper gathered the descendants of the emperors of this cosmos. The great sage sighed. Dao Yi laughed and said, "Maybe it won't be that bad. Maybe there will be a shocking change in a few years. The Big Dipper's path of immortality is about to open. If it really does appear, who would care about this place?" The collision between the star fields paused for a moment. Both sides were very depressed and almost suffocated. They knew that there would be an even more terrifying storm next time. "Your Highness, you don't have time to waste. It's time to take that path," the great sage reminded. Dao Yi nodded and said, "Yes, time is tight. I also want to see what kind of experts I will meet along the way. They will train me to the peak. The strongest races in this cosmos all have their own ancestral path. But different paths lead to the same destination. In the end, they will all converge together. Your Highness doesn't know who you will meet. Do you think this path is more important or the path of immortality?" Dao Yi asked with a smile. "The path of immortality is the change that the ancient emperors have been waiting for. This ancient path can make people stronger. It is said that there will be an extreme change at the end. In the end, those who pass will prove their Dao. I also don't know which path is more important." Yi Fan's plan came to fruition. It triggered the 10-year battle between the Big Dipper Ancestral King and the Eternal Experts. This was a painting that was paved with blood and bones. The fifth stage of the evolution liquid was successfully refined. Its fragrance filled the air, causing the new heavenly village to boil. This undoubtedly had a far-reaching effect. It gave the celestial court enough confidence to deal with the changes in the future. However, Yi Fan was still deeply worried. The greatest change since the ancient times was about to appear. Would the path of immortality open? He didn't know what would be left of this world after this battle. Would old friends be able to meet again? Yi Fan suggested that the celestial court stay far away from the Big Dipper Ancestral King and the Eternal. They should separate themselves from the battlefield and endure 100 years of loneliness. Golden wheat fields, lakes with beautiful scales leaping out. This was the season of harvest. Yi Fan sat at the edge of the field and listened to the rustling sounds. His heart was at peace. Fight, 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 kill, 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 too many people have died. After withdrawing from the Eternal, he felt a bit tired. However, this was the path of a cultivator, going against the flow through hardships and hardships. He brought out a jade cauldron that contained the fifth stage of the evolution liquid. He drank some of it and poured the rest over his body to refine it. He didn't want to use this to become a saint, but he inadvertently discovered that the barrier of his divine domain far exceeded that of an ordinary person. It was shockingly sturdy and difficult to break through. Yi Fan wasn't worried and instead laughed. Then he would use his astonishing accumulation to break through. When the time came, he would shatter in one go and become a saint. He used the fifth stage of the evolution liquid to refine his body, but it couldn't help him achieve the Tao and become a saint. This left Qi Luo puzzled no matter how much he thought about it. It was because this was useful to him. For an entire year, he spent most of his time in meditation. Occasionally, he would wander about the mountains, rivers, and fields to dissolve his killing intent. He flipped through the natural great Tao and comprehended his own body's secrets. During this process, he opened up the treasures in his body one after another. Things like accumulating stars in his blood, transforming into a deity in his bones, and creating the Tao with a single thought, all of these things increased his fighting strength. After a year of meditation and comprehension, Yi Fan finally set off again. This time, he brought Longma along and was no longer traveling alone. It was said that this was an ancient path of the starry skies. Even emperors who achieved the Tao would come here to contend for supremacy when they were young. As such, it wasn't too eye-catching for him to ride on a mount that only ancient emperors could possess. The most important thing was that Longma's brain had spasmed. This time, he no longer resisted and insisted on following Yi Fan no matter what. He said that he wanted to prove his Tao and become a great emperor first before returning on Yi Fan's back. Of course, this kind of shameless words was met with a large golden palm that almost crushed him. Withered vines, old trees, dusky crows, small bridges, flowing water, people, west wind, skinny horse, setting sun. The little Baldy randomly sent them off in the distance. Am I skinny? Eating a few saints isn't a problem. Longma snorted. He stepped into the starry skies and thus disappeared into the distance. In the heavenly village, everyone sent him off and silently waved their hands. It was unknown how many years it would be before they met again. Ji and the sacred prince also went on their way in the following years. They walked on their own path of tempering themselves on the emperor's path and thus disappeared. Big Dipper's winds and clouds changed irregularly. Many saints descended, and it was rumored that the Golden Crow race's crown prince also arrived. This caused a huge commotion in the entire starry sky and all clans came to pay their respects. Then, people came from ancient heaven-reaching star and an exceptional expert descended from ancient North Star. The disturbances on the path of immortality became more and more intense. Unfortunately, all of this had nothing to do with Yi Fan. From then on, this starry sky only had his legend and no one would be able to see him in person again. 10 years. Yi Fan left for 10 years. He rode on Longma and advanced alone along the ancient path. He followed the footsteps of those who came before him and walked on the path of refinement for the most powerful experts. He left Big Dipper and crossed into eternity. There were endless dangers along the way, bloody battles unending. He fought his way through. The difficulties he encountered, the terror of experts unknown to outsiders. Even someone as powerful as him encountered accidents several times, almost dying. After 10 years of travel, he didn't even know where he ended up. He saw the ant race's holy king, fought against the stone-ruined saint, fought against the spirit race's survivors, cut down thistles and thorns, moving through the sun and moon. These were 10 years of exhaustion, but also 10 years of harvest. He witnessed experts one after another, encountered thousands to tens of thousands of secret methods, erasing all of the side effects of using the evolutionary liquid. Along the way, he left behind an undefeated legend. Even Longma's might shook the other side, establishing a great reputation. The journey was long. After 10 years of traveling through the starry sky, he didn't see a single ancient star with life in the truest sense. At most, it was a small world on a withered star. Meanwhile, there were some clans that didn't need life force, able to survive in the desolation, for example, the stone-ruined saint. After 10 years of great battles, the baptism of blood and flames, Yi Fan's heart became as firm as steel, stepping onto his own path. 10 years of turbulence. Eternal Lord Star was almost destroyed, the great clan's loss is severe. If not for a white-haired individual with a black sword on his back appearing, a cold sword radiance cutting down the 10 ancient clans, this place might have already become a desolate wasteland. Chapter 1242. Eternal and half-crippled, the number of dead was unknown. There were saints whose bones were crushed in their homes. This was the tragic end of the 10 years of bitter war. The originally flourishing main star had now become a land of destruction. Of course, the ancient race had also left behind many corpses, and no signs of human habitation could be seen for tens of thousands of miles. The white-haired expert's cold sword light pierced through the 9 heavens, sweeping away the 10 ancient races. He didn't stop and left with the black sword on his back, leaving behind a legend. The ancient race's losses weren't small, but their gains were also great. They broke through many holy lands and brought back many precious evolutionary liquids that had been sealed since ancient times. It seemed like they had returned from a rewarding journey, but the difficulties they had gone through weren't known to outsiders. They ushered in a period of rapid progress. Bloodline inheritances, evolutionary liquids, and other things created a period of glory. In the Big Dipper star field, the myriad races cried out in unison. Many sages descended, and many resplendent heroes rose up, creating many legends. Yi Fan left, but his disciple, Yi Tong, appeared out of nowhere. He streaked across like a comet, illuminating the earth and perpetuating his legend. This was because every time Yi Tong won a battle, people would think of the human race's sacred physique. This was his disciple, the continuation of his glory. Leaves fell, grass and trees fell in autumn, and the stars changed. No matter how brilliant a halo was, there would be a day when it would fade and be forgotten in the long river of time. The Big Dipper entered the Warring States era. Sages continuously poured in, and their disciples also arrived, entering a new golden age. If this continued, Yi Fan would also be gradually forgotten by people. One after another, resplendent sacred stars appeared. They came from the Skirich, Hwasong, North Star, and many other ancient lands in the outer realms. Time was just so heartless. The rise of saints and the birth of legends caused many things in the past to fade. In the cold universe, the darkness was boundless. A lone traveler tasted loneliness in silence. One man and one horse passed through star fields after star fields. Although there were many dangers, Yi Fan's will was firm and unshakable. The dragon horse had also become silent. It was no longer as impatient as it had been in the past. There was a calmness to it, and it was less anxious. During the 10 years of conquest, if one didn't advance, they would retreat. If they advanced, they would be bathed in blood. Along the way, Yi Fan had encountered many accidents, and Longme had almost died several times. When will it end? Longme said softly as it carried Yi Fan along. They arrived at another dead star and observed their surroundings vigilantly. That was because they had suffered greatly before. Once, when they had just walked out of the star door, they were killed by a saint and king due to carelessness. They almost died, but they managed to escape with great difficulty and recuperated for a long time. Yi Fan was silent. He didn't know when the ancient path would end either. 10 years of exhaustion, 10 years of harvest. His Tao heart remained unmoved, his will like steel, already adapting to all of this. Another grave. Longme carried Yi Fan on its back. It sprinted across the ancient star and arrived in front of a small mound of earth. There was a stone tablet standing alone with a few lines of words engraved on it. They were bold and forceful. Tomb of God King Jiangyu. Just this character alone recorded the fall of a generation's heroes. There were many corpses on the path of the most powerful trial by fire. Many people fell on the road. This should be a monument engraved from tens of thousands of years ago. It was about to collapse because the last bit of sealing power had disappeared. Is this kind of price worth it? What exactly are we searching for? Longma spat out an expanse of flames and raised its head towards the sky. In this place, Yi Fan and the others didn't encounter any dangers. There were strange beast skeletons on this planet that were as large as mountains, but they had long been extinct. Another 2 months passed by in a flash. They killed a group of terrifying spectre-like soul bodies and their primordial spirits were tormented. They charged through a hell-like dead star and finally found a turning point. They found out from the consciousness of a spectre saint that there were creatures in the depths of the cosmos ahead. Moreover, they were humans, no longer a dangerous place. There was no better news than this. The dry and dull journey was finally about to end. This made the man and horse feel a wave of excitement. I've had enough. How are we charging through the heavenly path? We're going through hell. The entire star is filled with soul bodies, the entire star is filled with bone spirits. This isn't a human suffering. Longma's body was covered in wounds. This had long since become a normal thing. During the 10 years of bloody battles, even Yi Fan had half of his body chopped off by others. Meanwhile, Longma's primordial spirit had been captured by others. If we don't become saints, we might lose our lives at any time while walking on this path. I wonder how they are now. Yi Fan muttered. Ji Clan's Little Moon, Southern Demon siblings, Central Emperor, Pang Bo, and the others had all stepped onto this path. However, he had still seen some traces left behind by them a long time ago. Let's go. Yi Fan gazed into the depths of the cosmos. There was no turning back since a long time ago. No matter how dangerous the path ahead was, even if it was the netherworld, he still had to give it a try. A man and a horse advanced in the desolate cosmos. After more than 10 days, they used the small-scaled 5-colored sacrificial altar to traverse several times. Finally, they found a special path. We've charged out. We've finally reached our destination. Longma stood up. The horse neighed like thunder. The sturdiness of its divine sense and the intensity of its fluctuations made the meteorites in the surroundings rumble. The horse stepped through the starry domain. After 10 years, it slaughtered out a bloody path and arrived at a starry sky. This place was no longer a dead star. There was a stone tablet leading the way. Longma left behind a streak of fiery light. It carried Yi Fan and leapt into the heavens, trampling the cosmos until it trembled. After running for 2 days, they saw dozens of ancient tablets along the way. They pointed forward. During this process, they saw a few people in succession. They felt a type of vitality and were no longer as deathly silent. Owho, the savage beast roared. It was released through divine sense and there was surging blood energy. It was as if a group of prehistoric vicious beasts were galloping over, causing the starry sky to tremble. Yi Fan was astonished. He saw a few humans coming over from different directions. In the end, they converged on this path. Many of them were riding mutated beasts that were as large as small mountains. Some were like Qilong and some were flood dragon-devouring beasts. They had towering horns and thick scales. Killing intent surged. One could tell with a single glance that they had experienced the baptism of life and death. Yi Fan and Longma slowed down and paid close attention. After advancing for another half a day, they would occasionally see these kinds of people. There were also beautiful and otherworldly women riding on wands, elegant and spirited. Are these all the people who stepped onto the ancient path of the most powerful trials? Where did they come from? Yi Fan thought to himself. There were actually so many people. He had already seen no less than 100 along the way. Why did they all rush over at this moment? Could it be that there were some special unforeseen events? Even Longma was shocked. Were there many ancient stars with life in the starry sky? That wasn't quite possible. They had barged through many star domains and hadn't seen a single one. Get lost. The armored cavalry behind shook the starry sky. An explosive sound rang through the air. 13 riders rode side by side, all of them wearing saint clothes and flickering with cold metallic light. It was as if a steel flood was crushing over. These mounts were all mutant species from the great wastelands. Every single one of them was rare in this world. They were like ancient bestial beasts, majestic and valiant, looking down on the heavens. There were also 9-headed divine pythons that were brightly colored. They were the descendants of the ancient serpent emperor. There was even an azure dragon that could call the wind and summon the rain. This was simply like a group of celestial generals that roared through the world, chasing after the stars and chasing after the moon. They were omnipotent. Their blood pressure covered the heavens, terrifying to the extreme. Especially at the center, the man sitting on top of a silver-white ancient wolf was even more extraordinary. His upper body was bare, and he was like a hawk looking down on the wolf. His eyes were even more dazzling than a divine lamp. And even though his mount was an old wolf and not a mutant beast, it had become a saint and was a true saint beast. Get lost. These 13 riders rushed over, fast as lightning and ferocious like a tsunami. Their blood energy smashed against the other shore, shaking the entire place. Moreover, each and every one of them was wild and untamed, their tone infuriating. Longma stopped and dodged to the side, preparing for a great battle. Yifan watched indifferently, sitting on top without moving. The starry sky was trampled apart. The 13 riders rushed over, but they didn't stop. They left into the distance like a hurricane, leaving behind a violent wave. Longma was infuriated, feeling as if his fist had landed on cotton. He was already prepared to fight, but in the end, these 13 riders didn't stop and directly rushed over. Yifan was also surprised. He had no fear. Since this was the most powerful ancient road of training in history, there would definitely be a great clash between experts. He had long since made mental preparations, but he still couldn't fight. Right at this time, a delicate and pretty scholar with a feather fan rushed over from behind. Dao patterns appeared under his feet, and he crossed 1,000 zhang with a single step. He shook his head and said with a hint of contempt, "There are many corpses on the Emperor's path since ancient times. With me, I am unrivaled. No one will retreat for the sake of others." After that, another golden-winged celestial ping flew over, carrying a middle-aged woman. She coldly glanced over and said, "There is fear in your heart and you should make way for others. Why did you come here? You might as well turn around and return." Woof! Longma lost its mind from anger and actually let out a dog bark. One could see that it was deeply affected by the Black Emperor and was now enraged. It knew that it had done something wrong. It originally wanted to fight, but in the end, it became a coward on this path. It didn't know that there were so many things to pay attention to. Dao brother, there should be no need to fear the experts on this path. The competition is bitter, and everyone is an opponent. There are many who use their auras to suppress others before the battle has even begun. You don't have to take it to heart. A skinny youth kindly informed and hurriedly left. This seat has even barged through hell, so why would I be afraid of them? We will meet again on the road. Longma had a belly full of anger. It was already furious that someone told it to scram, and now, it was ridiculed by the people behind it. It almost howled. Yifan didn't say anything. His gaze was clear, and he didn't waste any more time. Longma let out a neigh and transformed into blood lightning, rushing into the depths of the starry sky. The stone tablet disappeared, and so did the road sign. The group of people ahead increased, and everyone had their own auras and pressure. One could tell that they were all heroes with a single glance and that they weren't ordinary people. That is. Longma's large eyes revealed radiance. Its anger disappeared, and it stared forward in a somewhat stupefied manner. Yifan was also shocked. He didn't expect to see this kind of irregular scene. In this cosmos, there was a grand and enormous city situated in front of them. It was a grand and magnificent scene. Dragon cries and phoenix cries could be heard, and it stretched across the stars and moon, undying through the ages. Everyone stopped here, no longer advancing forward. They gazed at this ancient city from afar. It possessed a boundless atmosphere, and there was an undying power flowing through it. An ancient city under the starry sky. Many people revealed expressions of shock. It was extremely majestic and mysterious. It wasn't situated on a planet, but rather directly suspended in the starry sky of the cosmos, receiving the baptism of starlight. It was an extremely impactful sight. It occupied an extremely vast area, and the city walls were like mountain ridges, extending endlessly. The city towers were tall and majestic, and a pair of thick and heavy city gates were closed. It was as if it could stop a magnificent army, as well as saints from ancient times. Chapter 1243. Moonlight sprinkled down and starlight poured down like a waterfall. Silver-white rivers of stars hung down, making the entire ancient city seem grand and mysterious. It could even be called a divine land. All around, wild beasts roared and strange birds circled about. Some were as large as mountains, their wings covering the skies. Each and every one of them occupied an area. All of them were ancient species. The tyrannical horned dragon, the divine deer with purple wings wrapped in lightning, the ancient bird that was chewing on a green flood dragon, all of them were mounts. These were all top experts of their respective regions. In front of the ancient city, everyone was silent. Only the cries of vicious birds and beasts could be heard. The ancient city was filled with an incomparably oppressive feeling. Yi Fan frowned. He could feel an ancient and domineering aura. This giant city gave off a vast and boundless feeling, as if it had existed since time immemorial and told the entire history of the human race. It's already impossible to determine when this city was built or what era it came from. It is known as the strongest trial of the human race, the first trial. Someone said in a low voice. Yi Fan learned that there were many, tiny ancient roads in the universe, all of them leading to the main road of the final trial. This was a node that was like a great dam that unified the paths of human experts. In front of this majestic city, there were over 290 people, all of them alone. Each one of them was the main character of their area, all of them outstanding individuals. There are quite a few people here. Are there many stars with life in this star field? Longmo was startled as he looked all around. Not a single one of them was weak, and there were even some people whose mounts had become saints. They dominated an area with awe-inspiring might. After arriving here, Yi Fan saw the 13 riders again. It was clear that they were extremely powerful and dominated an area. No one was willing to provoke them. The 13 riders also saw them. Several of them sneered, not thinking much of them and looking down on the crowd with disdain. They are the 13 heavenly wasteland steeds. They come from an ancient star field and their strength is unfathomably deep. I heard that they fought bloody battles along the way and were invincible. Even the guide envoy was alerted. Yi Fan earnestly listened. He had arrived here alone and hadn't encountered any competitors, so he needed to understand the situation. What is the identity of the guide? There were quite a few cultivators who didn't know much about the ancient trial path and asked the people around them. The guide envoys are the protectors of the human race's first pass. They are in charge of the 6 directions and are here to guide the people of all sides into the city, informing them of the path ahead. In a sense, this was the starting point of the ancient road of the strongest trials. Only those who reached this point had the qualifications to participate in the following battles. The experts who were defeated along the way and died in the starry sky couldn't see this giant city at all. This was an important city that welcomed all rivers into the sea, and heroes from all over gathered here. Only after entering the pass could one continue forward. 13 riders. I'll have a taste of them, Longma said coldly. Some of the people on the side immediately moved aside, unwilling to stay with this man and his mount. Right now, no one wanted to make enemies from all sides. Of course, not everyone was afraid of the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland. Many mutants occupied their own areas, their eyes deep as they quietly waited for their guide. Nothing could move their hearts. Yi Fan was puzzled. Why were there so many people? Were they all from different star fields? Just how many ancient stars with life were there? It was truly shocking. A cold snort transmitted over. A golden-winged heavenly ping descended from the sky, and there was a woman sitting cross-legged on it. She was a middle-aged Taoist nun with average looks, but her temperament was extraordinary. One could tell with a single glance that she was an expert. Yi Fan frowned. He had seen this woman on the way here, and she had treated him coldly before. She said that he should just turn back and not participate in the strongest trials. Even though the golden-winged ping had shrunk its body, it was still several zhang long. Its entire body was golden and resplendent, vigorous and powerful. The instant it descended, a tyrannical aura surged. This was the release of divine might. There were 8 or 9 people in the surroundings who couldn't help but fall back. The strange beasts beneath them cried out, feeling a type of pressure. They were forced back by a powerful domain, and their expressions couldn't help but change. The middle-aged Taoist nun hadn't even taken action yet, but her mount already made people feel intimidated. It suppressed some people's auras, and they couldn't resist it. Yi Fan was also in this position. He watched coldly from the side and didn't express anything. Longma's 4 legs were like iron pillars, not moving in the slightest. It looked coldly at the heavenly ping. If it dared to force its way over, it definitely wouldn't hesitate to fight. It didn't act rashly. After all, this was the human race's first trial, and many people were watching. Stepping out at this time definitely wasn't a good thing. It would be targeted by everyone. Of course, if the other party dared to take the initiative to offend it, then that was a different matter. Longma would retaliate with the most violent methods. The golden-winged heavenly ping landed and gave this side a provocative look. Its wings shone with brilliance as it slowly folded its wings. Its aura was extremely great. You haven't even become a saint yet you dare put on airs in front of this great one. Longma snorted. Its killing intent wasn't concealed at all. It was no longer as impetuous as before and was now extremely calm. The Taoist nun gave this side a cold look. It was clear that she didn't want to become the center of attention right after arriving at the human race's first trial. That would be extremely disadvantageous for her in the future, and she would definitely be viewed as a competitor who could threaten her. She comforted the golden-winged heavenly ping, telling it not to act rashly and to wait for the moment to enter the city. Yi Fan faced it calmly from beginning to end, and Longma didn't press forward either. Both sides were at peace with each other, occupying a favorable position. After waiting for an entire day and night, no fighting broke out in this place. Everyone was very restrained, and during this process, there were a few more people. Most of them came from the depths of the star domain and gathered here. In the end, there were actually over 400 people. This was an astonishing number. Yi Fan didn't quite believe that there were so many ancient stars with life. This didn't conform to the situation he knew. Here, he could only act as a listener and pay attention to the conversations of some people. This didn't conform to the situation he knew. Here, he could only act as a listener and pay attention to the conversations of some people. Through this understanding, he indeed gained some benefits not long after. The human race's first trial opens once every 1/2 to 5 years. The number of people this time is a bit greater. A large man with a curly beard spoke. Yi Fan was stunned. So it was like this. No wonder so many people gathered here. It turned out that there might be another opening day in the next few days. Many people had already stayed here for more than half a year. Even though it's an opening day, we might not necessarily let them in. I've heard that only a seed-level expert can enter, and as a result, we might have to wait for 5 years. Oh, that's true. Quite a few fierce fellows have come this time, and there are guests from several ancient star domains. The 13 steeds of heaven wasteland aren't the only outstanding ones. At the very least, there are several groups of competitors, and this is only what we know. In the end, a total of 437 people hurried to the human race's first trial, facing this boundless giant city. Enter. Finally, a divine will transmit it over. It resounded like a great bell, shaking many people until their bones trembled and their blood surged. They revealed expressions of shock. The ancient city gate creaked open. It was incomparably heavy. This was a giant city that towered in the starry sky, and there was an environment suitable for humans to live in. The 437 cultivators either urged their mounts or walked forward. Not a single one of them was calm. The ancient city emitted an archaic aura. It was built from grayish-brown boulders, and it was majestic and intimidating. There were people guarding it. There weren't many soldiers, and they all wore cold armor with a metallic luster. Their halberds could split the sky, and their spears could cut through the air. They were like a group of heavenly soldiers, glaring at everyone like tigers watching their prey. They had a wave of killing intent, as if they had fought in many star fields and killed countless experts. Now, they were guarding this place, preventing others from offending them. They were like a group of vicious beasts hibernating here. A commotion broke out during the process of entering the city. The strong would always be strong, and they wouldn't retreat for the sake of others. In particular, they wouldn't cower on this path of becoming a great emperor. 8 or 9 groups of peak experts appeared, and they were all extremely powerful in their respective regions. They forced others to retreat and make way for them. It was clear that the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland was a force at the peak, making the people around them feel like they were suffocating. 13 savage beasts roared, and then they stepped through the air, disappearing into the distance like a flood. A few of them sneered, and then they swept their eyes in Yifan's direction. If not for there being close to 100 cultivators between them, a battle would have most likely broken out between them. What are you acting so arrogant for? This one will fight against you all. Longma spoke. There was a powerful individual every few dozen people, making others not dare approach. They moved out of the way, and powerful battle intent pervaded the air. Unsurprisingly, there were also people who claimed supremacy here in Yifan's group. They wanted to seize the main path and shake the Dao hearts of the other competitors. It had to be said that the middle-aged Daoist nun was extremely powerful. Her battle intent overflowed in all directions, making everyone feel like they were suffocating. The cultivators in all directions couldn't endure it, continuously backing up. The golden-winged heavenly ping she sat on was even more wild and untamed, looking down on everyone. Its golden wings flickered, and golden divine radiance tore apart the sky. It was incomparably powerful. The people in this region all retreated, and only Yifan's mount remained. Moreover, Longma began to move, heading towards the city gate. The middle-aged Daoist nun's eyes were cold. The golden-winged heavenly peng beneath her flourished with divine radiance, its entire body dazzling. It turned into a streak of golden lightning and chased after them. It unfolded a pair of enormous wings that hid the sky and covered the earth. Its sharp claws flickered with cold radiance as it grabbed towards Yifan's body, wanting to tear him apart. Longma was furious, about to retaliate. However, during this process, Yifan calmly took out a black spear. His body didn't move, and only the dark golden spear in his right hand pierced out coldly. It was too fast, faster than everyone's eyes, faster than everyone's reactions. A streak of black lightning pierced through the heavens. A rain of blood splashed out, and ping feathers fell. The ping only released a short and hurried wail. Yifan was as cold as a war god. His spear pierced through the golden heavenly Peng's head, killing it on the spot. Fresh blood flowed down the black spear shaft. It was a ghastly sight. Yifan sat steadily on his horse's back, as steady as a boulder. The scene froze here. That was a half-holy level Peng, but it was actually nailed to death in a single strike. Who is this? The nearby region erupted into an uproar. Everyone was greatly alarmed. This seemingly taciturn expert definitely couldn't be provoked. The middle-aged Taoist nun rushed into the skies, avoiding the spear radiance. She revealed a furious expression, and surging battle intent tore through the sky. With a light shout, she was about to throw herself over. Loud shouts sounded from the imposing city gate tower. Those soldiers raised their halberds, iron spears, and other weapons as they coldly stared downwards. No one is allowed to cause a ruckus here. Her words were extremely forceful, intimidating everyone. It was because if they caused trouble, they might lose the qualifications to participate in the most powerful trial by fire. Paw! Yifan brandished his spear with one arm, pointing it towards the southern skies. The Peng's corpse was torn to pieces, and a rain of blood sprinkled down. Everyone was so shocked that they fell back. One man, one mount, rushed towards the city gate. After 10 years of battle, his battle clothes were tattered and stained with blood. Longma's body was also like this. Although they didn't have any bright and beautiful armor, they both possessed an unstoppable killing intent that intimidated everyone. One man, one mount, advanced forward. It was deathly silent in front of the majestic city. Everyone allowed them to walk towards the city gate, and no one in this region stopped them. Chapter 1244. The city walls were covered with axe marks, sword holes, and mottled with ancient ruins. It was difficult to conceal the heavy atmosphere of history and added a kind of desolation. Dao patterns were faintly discernible. This was the #1 city on the path of the strongest trial, so there were naturally arrays carved into the walls to protect the peace of this place. The majestic city gates were 10 feet tall and built from a rare stone material. There were some sword marks and hammer marks on the surface that caused Yifan's heart to tremble. He could clearly feel the aura of the ancient great sage. The city gates were very high and very deep. One man and one horse were traveling alone, and no one was keeping pace with him. The scene was very depressing and oppressive. Yifan's spear was too breathtaking. It was so fast that no one could react. It had directly nailed a half-step saint-level beast to death. Many people were wondering if they could dodge it if it was aimed at them. The middle-aged Taoist nun's face was gloomy. She stood in front of the grand city and stared at Yifan's back. Her eyes were malicious and murderous, but she had no way to make a move. On top of the city gates, the soldiers' killing intent was too thick. They glared at the people below like tigers watching their prey. Since the rules of this place had already been announced, no one was willing to challenge them. There were also several soldiers inside the city gates. Their murderous auras were biting cold. They were clad in heavy armor and metal battle suits, making it hard for people to breathe. I'm warning you once. Don't cause trouble here. Anyone who disobeys will be killed on the spot. A soldier with a medium build, dressed in black iron armor, and holding a bronze spear said. The cold light in his eyes was terrifying. Yifan didn't say anything. His expression was calm and indifferent as he sat on the horse's back. He was as steady as a pine tree on a peak. The Longmo was a divine steed. Its 4 hooves stepped on the bluestone ground, emitting sonorous sounds. Its rhythm was calm and steady as it advanced forward. I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? The captain of the soldiers shouted. The bronze spear in his hand flickered with a cold light as if it was about to stab out. Many cultivators revealed strange expressions, but they didn't say anything. They just watched this scene in silence. No one would have thought that the soldiers guarding the city gates would try to intimidate Yi Fan by taking him down a notch. Everyone knew that these were definitely not ordinary soldiers. They had to treat them cautiously. These were definitely terrifying cultivators, experts who had crawled out from piles of corpses. I'm not a troublemaker. Don't provoke me. Yi Fan didn't turn around, nor did he look back. He sat on the back of his horse and passed by coldly. He didn't even look at the captain. Many people were shaken. Even though Yi Fan spoke calmly, there was a hidden power hidden within. He didn't want to stir up trouble, but if he was targeted, a storm would definitely erupt. Are you threatening me? The captain's eyes were cold. He pointed the ancient bronze spear in his hand forward, but he didn't stab it in the end. Yi Fan didn't turn around, didn't explain, and didn't pay attention to him. He only left behind a silhouette as he entered the city. The black spear hanging on the Longma's back emitted a cold black light. Killing intent reflected in the eyes of the people behind him. I'm warning you. Once you enter the #1 city of the human race, even a dragon has to coil up and a tiger has to lie down. No one can behave atrociously here. Yi Fan's indifference, as well as his cold words and actions, made the captain feel as if he was being challenged. He coldly transmitted his voice and heavily stabbed the bronze spear into the ground, causing the bluestone ground to rumble. What kind of soldiers are these? Why do I feel that they are stronger than us and not weaker? Outside the grand city, people entered the city in an orderly manner. Some people were discussing in low voices, feeling that these armored soldiers were very special. It wouldn't be wrong to call them heavenly soldiers. Because their origins are similar to ours, they are naturally exceptionally powerful. A slightly older cultivator sighed. What exactly are their identities? Many people were astonished. They are also people who stepped onto the ancient path of the most powerful trials. They came a few years or even a few decades earlier than us, but they failed and remained on this path. After learning of this secret, everyone was shocked. These people could be said to be the same kind as them. They were the first batch of people to set off. They were heavily injured and on the verge of death. After being treated, they were scattered to various parts of the ancient path. Don't provoke them. With so many people, there will naturally be good and bad people mixed in. Even though some people failed, they still couldn't let go of their hatred. Many people nodded. At the very least, the captain in front of the city gates was definitely not a good person. Just now, he was quite hostile towards Yi Fan. The number of people in the star domain became fewer and fewer. They formed a long dragon as they gradually entered the city. There were some people who were undoubtedly powerful, establishing their initial status. The city was enormous and the streets were wide. Ancient trees lined both sides of the road, their branches lush and luxuriant. There were also many buildings, such as pill stores, weapon shops, restaurants, inns, casinos, and so on. Everyone was shocked. This was a city suitable for living. Even though it was situated in the cosmos and not on a planet, it was separated from the heavenly domain's vacuum. There were quite a few residents in the city. This was an enormous city full of life. A few children were running about. They were quite curious towards these people, continuously sizing them up. Normally, the streets should be bustling with activity. From the buildings, one could guess how prosperous this place was. There should be streams of people moving about, shoulders rubbing against each other. However, today, there weren't many people hawking their wares. The people in the shops were all looking outwards. Many of the people buying and selling along the streets also temporarily moved into the alleys, making way for them. Why are there so many people here? Longma revealed a strange expression. Yi Fan listened carefully. There were some people who understood this and began to discuss quietly. He learned quite a bit. The ancient path of the most powerful trials had always existed since the ancient times, opening once every 10,000 years. However, how many people were able to ascend to the extreme since the ancient times? Countless experts had failed. Quite a few people didn't return to their homeland, staying behind along the way. They excavated some pure lands, turning them into ancient lands of life. Meanwhile, an enormous city like this was originally a perfect place to live, so it naturally became the first choice. In this world, it was hard to say what the ancestral lands of the residents were. It was extremely large and complex. Some of them became mortals, but there are still terrifying cultivators. It can be said to be a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers are. Someone warned, telling them not to provoke the natives. In reality, ever since they entered the city, everyone began to take precautions against each other, no longer trusting anyone else. It was because they were all competitors. The middle-aged Taoist nun and Yifan entered the city one after the other, so they naturally weren't far from each other. Her eyes were cold as she coldly said, "You should properly cherish the time before you. I will kill you." A wave of cold air immediately pervaded the streets. The people in this region all paid close attention, waiting for a conflict to break out. The middle-aged Taoist nun could be said to be overbearing, killing intent like a cold tide. She faced Yifan, as if she was going to immediately start a battle. Yifan gave her a look. He knew that she didn't want to fight here, but rather was purposely provoking him to take action. She wanted to draw on the soldiers and kill him with a borrowed knife. The captain at the city gate bore hostility against him. If he was successfully provoked, he would definitely use this as an excuse to ruthlessly suppress and kill him. Your heart is quite vicious, but I advise you not to provoke me. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. Yifan's eyes erupted with divine light. He sat majestically on the longma, releasing the aura of a monarch. The middle-aged Taoist nun's eyes became sluggish. Her plan failed, but she didn't want to waste any more time. With a cold snort, she walked forward. A total of 437 people entered the city. They walked along the wide streets, and then they were led to the plaza at the center of the city by several soldiers. This place was paved with ash-brown stone slabs. Many traces had been carved over time. There was a tall stone platform in front of them, and an elder silently appeared. His silhouette was blurry, and only a pair of eyes were like golden lanterns. They shot out terrifying divine light in the distorted space, and he said, "I am the guide and also the lord of this city. I only want to say a few things. First, not everyone can continue on their way. You all need to recuperate. Not long after, you will enter a training field to undergo the first test and selection. Second, during the time you stay in the city, you are strictly prohibited from fighting. Alright, everyone is dismissed. Find a place to stay and recuperate." Everyone originally thought that there would be a detailed explanation, but they didn't think that he would only say 2 things. His words were so short, and there were many things that they didn't understand. "Senior City Lord, I want to ask you something. What should we do if we are attacked?" Someone asked. "We can defend ourselves." After the blurry figure finished speaking, he instantly dimmed and disappeared from the spot. Everyone was silent. This was too irresponsible. He just answered one question, and then he left. He didn't want to explain anything at all, and it was too half-hearted. The heroes were dissatisfied, but they couldn't say anything. From now on, they were competitors and enemies. They didn't want others to have something to use against them. The crowd dispersed, and everyone went to find a place to rest. At this time, the peace in the city disappeared. The natives began to do business, and no longer made way for them. They appeared on the streets. Scarlet moon fruit skewers, 1,000-year ancient medicinal fruit, sweet, crisp, and delicious. Flood dragon meat buns, thin skin and large fillings. It's free if it's not fragrant. The ancient city was flourishing, and it recovered its liveliness. The endless stream of horses and carriages made everyone stupefied. Am I on the ancient starry sky path, or am I in a mortal city? Longmas said to himself. Moments later, he calmed down quite a bit. Even the food being sold was very particular. There really were flood dragon meat buns, 1000-year scarlet moon fruit skewers, lightning bird roasted wings, and so on. If one wanted to stay in the inn, the waiter asked for a piece of divine source. This made everyone stupefied. The price here was too excessive. The natives had an explanation, but they had no choice. The number one city of the human race was located in the depths of the cosmos, and it was too barren. Everyone, we are about to go to the training grounds. I believe you will return with great rewards. Divine source, ancient medicine, and so on won't be a problem. Yifan rode his horse and wandered around the city to understand the situation. He raised his head and looked into the sky. There was a layer of sparkling divine glass that covered this place. The stars in the sky flickered, scattering down and absorbed by the ancient city. It was gorgeous and beautiful. Get lost. The streets were in chaos. A group of armored horses rushed over, their steps making the road rumble. It was as if raging waves were beating against the shore. It was precisely the 13 divine mounts that came from the ancient star domain of endless wasteland. Every single one of their mounts was a primordial species. They swallowed clouds and spat out mist. Their scales were brilliant, and they were like dragons leaving the abyss. It was as if phoenix cries shook the 9 heavens. Longma's scarlet scales were like multicolored clouds, flowing with precious splendor. The mane on the back of its neck was a foot long, and it was as if raging flames were jumping about. It was an extremely divine steed. It stood at the center of the road and didn't move at all. They met again, and it was still berated. Its killing intent surged. Yifan didn't move either, coldly watching them approach. He was calm like a towering and unclimbable mountain that towered for tens of thousands of years, unshakable. Chapter 1245. The 13 mounts of the Heavenly Emperor arrived. The strange beasts they rode were all mystical, either roaring towards the sky or surging with divine multicolored light. Their scales were dense, their wings glaring, and they swallowed clouds and spat out mist like dragons soaring into the sky. The street was shaking, as if a torrent of steel was rushing over. It was as if an earthquake had occurred in this area. The majestic Pai Xiu, the 9-headed golden-scaled divine python, the azure dragon that swallowed the heavens, each and every one of them was divine and terrifying, filling this place and surrounding Yifan. The 13 mounts of heavenly wasteland sneered again and again, as if they were hunting from all sides. Several people stepped out and shouted as they circled around him. The entire street was in chaos. Many people had gathered over to watch this disturbance. Perhaps an astonishing battle would occur. Yifan held his spear horizontally, facing these terrifying mounts alone. There was no emotion on his face, only a cold and exuding killing intent. Heh, you really want to fight with us? Since that is the case, then make your move. Let me see your abilities. I'll let you have 10 moves, I'll take your head within 15 moves. 2 of the mounts were especially domineering. Their mounts neighed, their steps causing the street to rumble and sparks to fly in all directions. They continuously ran around Yifan, as if they had trapped their prey. Yifan's gaze was intimidating as he swept his spear across them. These people acted tyrannically, but they did not attack him immediately. Instead, they wanted to provoke him and make him attack. Evidently, they wanted to make use of the city's rules to provoke him first and then draw him into attacking. They would then carry out a defense and reasonably kill him. What, are you afraid? Are you afraid? Since you don't dare to attack, then quickly scram and make way. One of them berated. His eyes were cold. As long as Yifan dared to attack, he and the other person would mercilessly kill him on the spot. What are you barking for? If you want to die, then come over. I'm waiting for you guys to attack. Yi Fan's words were sonorous. His voice was neither loud nor soft, but it spread throughout the entire street. Many people's expressions changed. Yi Fan was alone, yet he was able to oppose them with equal harshness. He was powerful and fierce, shocking many people. The 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland were definitely seated experts. Along the way, they had already alerted the ushers. They fought bloody battles along the way, never tasting defeat, and arrived at the #1 city of the human race. These people were feared by all sides. Many people listed them as one of the most terrifying competitors. Now that they were stirring up trouble, they naturally attracted attention. The 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland are seated experts. It's clear that they're sizing up their competitors one by one and starting with them. Who is he? Which star field does he come from? His temperament is extraordinary. Can he really fight against a talent from the ancient star field of infinite desolation? A total of 437 people entered the city. There are not many who can fight against the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland. Look, their leader has a holy beast mount. The #1 of the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland had his eyes closed the entire time. He did not take this matter to heart, as if he was an outsider. His upper half of his bronze-colored body was bare, and beneath him was a gray wolf that was filled with a torrential blood chi. I heard that this person's cultivation has reached the acme of perfection. Some of his provocations and forceful words and actions are all to train the weaker divine knights. Scram, or fight. Hurry up and decide. Otherwise, don't surround me. Yi Fan spoke. He did not take the initiative to attack because he did not want to leave behind any evidence. However, he did not want these people to look good either. Everyone was dumbfounded. This person was definitely incisive and even more powerful than the 13 steeds of the Sky Emperor. Did he really want to shed all pretense of cordiality and fight? The 2 mounts of the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland that were running around Yi Fan stopped. The 2 people on top of them had ashen expressions, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. They wanted to legally kill Yi Fan, but they never thought that he would have the guts to do so alone. They wanted to make the first move and then kill him. Even if I give you a chance to defend yourself, can you kill me? One of them laughed coldly. Then come and try. I don't mind chopping off your dog head. Yi Fan said unyieldingly. The black spear in his hand flickered with black light. He raised it up and pointed it at this person's throat. The divine radiance at the tip of the spear flickered unsteadily. When these words were spoken, the entire street immediately erupted. The male on top of the scarlet-scaled horse was truly too forceful. His tattered battle clothes were stained with blood, and he was as terrifying as a god of death. He's going to fight the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland to the end. His future path might be dim from now on. No matter how strong he is, he might not be the opponent of the 13 steeds. Who is he? Many people were stupefied at first, and then they broke into an uproar. The 2 people from the 13 steeds who were stirring up trouble were naturally furious. These words were too ear-piercing. For them who had always been domineering, this was a type of humiliation. A divine pot appeared above one of their heads. It swallowed and spat out the essence of heaven and earth. The fluctuations were like a tsunami, and it was going to suck Yi Fan inside. Old 13. An expert on a mount in the distance glared at him, telling him to put away the divine pot. You must not start a fight in the city. I remember 2 years ago, there were 2 seed-level experts who were arrogant and unruly because they had reached the sage realm. They disregarded the city's rules, and in the end, they were both beheaded. The natives in the city reminded. Who is causing trouble? Could it be that you want to break the rules of this city? A group of soldiers arrived from the distance. All of them wore black heavy armor and held iron spears in their hands. They were as oppressive as a mountain, giving off a terrifying pressure. Old 12, Old 13, stop messing around. Hurry up and find a place to stay. The number 2 figure of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland spoke. They had just entered the city, so no one was willing to break the city's rules and anger the envoy. Otherwise, they would definitely not have a good ending. The number 2 figure of Heaven Wasteland City was riding on an azure dragon. He wore azure gold battle clothes, and even his head was covered. Only a pair of eyes were exposed outside the armor. His eyeballs actually had no pupils, and the azure light was terrifying. It was filled with a type of demonic nature. That azure dragon let out a low roar. Holy might pervaded the air, startling many strange beasts in the vicinity. They almost fell limp onto the ground. It's a holy beast. Everyone was shocked. Apart from the leader of the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland, the mount of the number 2 figure had also reached the sage realm. Roar, a series of roars could be heard. Some of the strange beasts on the street were all startled, struggling one after another. The unicorn closest to Yifan even sent its master flying. Its entire body flourished with brilliance, and it stood up like a human, stomping on Yifan's body. It was obvious that all of this was caused by the mount of the number 2 figure of the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland. The true dragon was the lord of all living creatures, and the azure dragon had a thin amount of dragon blood within its body. Having reached the sage realm, it could naturally control other beasts of lower realms. Pfft! Yifan brandished the dark golden spear in his hand, using it as a long blade. He hacked the unicorn into 2 halves on the spot, and the 2 halves flew forward. The 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland were furious. The 2 halves of the unicorn's corpse fell in front of them, and blood splattered everywhere. It penetrated the protective light screen of the 12th and 13th brothers, and sprinkled onto their bodies. Dirty blood flowed everywhere. The atmosphere at the scene immediately became tense. 7 or 8 of the 13 steeds turned around and surrounded Yifan, ready to attack at any time. Stop, I'm warning you, whoever dares to make a move will be dealt with as violating the city's rules and killed without mercy, the group of soldiers roared. They were also trial takers on the path to the strongest. Although they had failed, they had walked very far and were more qualified than the people present, so their strength was naturally not weak. He provoked us and stained our bodies with the beast's blood. He blocked the road on the street and then offended us. He should be killed. The 2 people at the back of the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland criticized, demanding that Yifan be dealt with according to the city's rules. Yifan said, "Someone disturbed the unicorn and attacked me. I was defending myself. It has nothing to do with me." The mount was startled and even sent me flying, the owner of the unicorn said with a pale face. This group of soldiers had all experienced this along the way, so they naturally knew what was going on. There were no casualties, and they didn't want to interfere too much. They warned the crowd to disperse and not to get entangled. There was such a disturbance as soon as they entered the city. A tense atmosphere pervaded the air. Everyone was on guard against each other, afraid that someone would take advantage of them. Yifan found an inn and paid a piece of divine source to stay inside. Longma gritted his teeth and cursed the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland. It was a pity that he couldn't make a move. Although the inn was expensive, it was worth the money. There were pavilions in the backyard, a small bridge over a flowing river, and a garden design. The scenery was beautiful. He was preparing to conserve his strength because there would definitely be a fight after entering the trial field. There would definitely be a fierce battle with the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland. "Who are you?" Yifan, who was meditating, opened his eyes and looked into the courtyard. He saw a person sneaking in from the courtyard beside him with strange footwork. "Shoo, lower your voice. Dao brother, I'm here to sell secret manuals, a thin and withered middle-aged cultivator said. I don't need it, Yi Fan said. Longma's expression was also unkind. You've misunderstood. This isn't a scripture in the ordinary sense, but a secret manual that can protect one's life. It introduces some matters of the trial field. This was a native. His cultivation wasn't weak, and he actually started this kind of business. This kind of thing has probably already violated the city's rules. I believe the guide wouldn't sit by and watch injustice happen, Yi Fan said. The person who came laughed dryly. He was rather straightforward, and then left. That day, apart from this kind of secret manual, there was another type of secret manual that was sold. On it, a few formidable figures among the trial takers were listed, and it secretly caused a great commotion. The tense atmosphere became even stronger. In the hunting war that was about to begin, everyone already felt the suffocating feeling of the calm before the storm. The next day, a piece of news shook the entire city. A seed-level expert had fallen, and he actually died in his residence. He was ruthlessly killed by someone. What happened? Who killed him? The soldiers surrounded that place, yet they couldn't immediately apprehend the murderer. This gave rise to a great controversy. You all just don't know. There have always been unsolved cases that couldn't be investigated, and in the end, it was left unsettled. The native said. How could it be like this? Even the guide couldn't find the murderer. The crowd was discontent. Many experts come from the boundless cosmos and the vast star domain. Many of them are inheritances from ancient secret lands, and there are some strange forbidden secret techniques that not even the powerful guide could find clues to. As a result, the cultivators in the city became even more cautious. They were on guard against each other, no longer trusting anyone. It was because it was rumored that this was a saint who had cultivated for more than 200 years. His cultivation was profound, and he was one of the front-rank figures among the 437 individuals. However, in the end, he died mysteriously. An undercurrent was surging, and killing intent was everywhere. Everyone sensed that something similar might happen again. Chapter 1246. The culprit has been caught by the soldiers. Now, the truth will be revealed. A day later, a commotion was heard from the number 1 human city. Many people flew towards the central plaza. There, a man with disheveled hair appeared and was thrown to the ground. His body was drenched in blood. He had failed to assassinate a cultivator and was captured by a few soldiers. They tied him up and brought him here for a public trial. However, the people were disappointed. This was a half-saint. How could he kill a true saint with profound cultivation? After observing his sea of consciousness, they discovered that he was not the murderer of the saint. This matter made people even more worried. Everyone was on guard against each other. If all the heroes imitated the assassination path, there would be great chaos. This is the number 1 human city. How could there be an assassination? Even the city lord couldn't find the culprit. Wouldn't there be a loophole? Someone might even attack us at night. Longma pondered. The city was huge and majestic. The buildings on both sides of the streets were scattered. The heroes didn't trust each other and didn't dare to get too close. Starlight sprinkled down like curling smoke. In the dead of night, a miserable shriek rang out. It was so abrupt that it made people tremble. A group of soldiers rushed over like a torrent, but unfortunately, they did not find anything. They only saw a corpse with blood gushing out of it. The city was in chaos. Many people looked over coldly. There were also some who rushed over to the scene. What a pity. This was just a child. He had already severed his Tao many years ago and reached the half-saint realm at the age of 30. He was a proud son of heaven, but he was killed just like that. A man sighed. Although he looked young, he was in fact over 180 years old. He had the qualifications to call a 30-year-old expert a child. This was definitely a hero of a generation. If he didn't die, even if he couldn't step onto the Emperor's path, he would still become a king among saints. A 30-year-old half-saint was indeed shocking. Some saints sighed. Such a powerful momentum was rarely seen since ancient times. It was truly an anomaly. People realized that the assassin was unfathomable. Moreover, the targets he had chosen were all people who might achieve great things on the Emperor's path in the future. The first was a powerful saint. The second was a rising star with boundless potential. Who would the third be? Everyone felt that he most likely wouldn't stop. What is this? Hiding your head and showing your tail? Do you think you are worthy of walking the path of the strongest trial? He doesn't dare to fight openly and only knows how to kill in the dark. He has a filthy nature and is nothing more than a scoundrel. Someone said indignantly. Perhaps this person was originally an assassin, needing this type of bloody killing to prove his Tao. Another person speculated. The guide gave the order for the entire city to hunt down the culprit. Both of them were seed-ranked powerhouses. I haven't even entered the training field and I've already encountered such a thing. Longma muttered to himself. The starry river descended, and the ancient city was hazy. It was tranquil and peaceful, without a trace of killing intent. In the latter half of the night, Yi Fan suddenly opened his eyes. He transformed into a golden bolt of lightning and smashed through the window, pouncing into a void in the courtyard. He shattered the vacuum with a single punch. Blazing golden lightning interweaved. He was like an ancient ferocious beast coming out of its cage, but also like a god of war coming back to life. Xiao! An indistinct black figure was blasted flying backwards. Blood splashed out, and then this figure quickly merged into the void. Yi Fan released a cold snort. His body also disappeared. The celestial court's secret techniques were fully displayed. He was like a shadow following the body, and together with the row word art, the great murderous technique was unrivaled under the heavens. This was a saint. His methods were exceptional and extremely powerful. Even Yi Fan shivered inwardly. This was definitely a rarely seen and terrifying figure. Chi! He displayed the battle saint technique. A furnace appeared and suppressed downwards. Phoenix cries shook the 9 heavens, and fiery light illuminated the ancient city. The eternal universe furnace suppressed downwards. This person scattered out an expanse of blood and retreated in retreat. He was like a ghost, extremely fast, faster than lightning. In this world, perhaps only Yi Fan's row word art could catch up to him. He tried to break out several times, but Yi Fan cut off his path ahead and stopped him here. Hong! Longma's sneak attack was known as the immortal treading shadowless feet. He struck out 108 times, and every single hoof crushed heaven and earth. Pang! This person suffered from a hoof and was sent flying several dozen zhang away. He borrowed the force to enter the void, wanting to use a secret technique to disappear. Yi Fan was an expert. The 6 Tao reincarnation fist smashed out, shattering the heaven and earth. An aura like that of a primordial beast covered the sky and earth, blasting this person down. This kind of battle naturally alarmed the heroes in the city. Cold gazes appeared in the nearby courtyards as they looked over. There were also people who rushed over to help. Kill! Uniform shouts of killing rang out. It was as if a river of stars had landed on the great earth, stirring up boundless waves that were deafening. The soldiers guarding the giant city arrived. There were more than 20 of them, and they surrounded this place. They swept through the buildings and charged in. Under the cold moonlight, Yi Fan stood alone. He held a piece of human skin in his hand and looked at it seriously. Longma ran back from the distance. He didn't discover any assassin's accomplices, and there was nothing suspicious either. He cursed continuously. What happened? A soldier asked in a low voice. Under the starry skies, a large number of experts arrived. Most of them were people who had walked on the ancient path of the most powerful trials. They surrounded this place. Someone tried to assassinate me, but they failed. Yi Fan replied. The scene was deathly silent. This was like a layer of haze that floated in the city, making everyone feel stifled. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was unharmed and had repelled the assassin. Many people revealed looks of surprise. He was treated as a target, and this definitely proved his value. The assassin saw him as a threat. Yi Fan used the 6 Dao reincarnation fist in the end, shattering everything. Even that figure became dim, only leaving behind a piece of human skin. This was a relatively intact piece of human skin. It was like a snake's slough, as if it had been shed by someone. Apart from the face, the other parts were completely intact. This is the assassin's skin. Everyone revealed strange expressions. Could it be that he was killed by you? Dawn arrived. This matter triggered a huge wave. Many soldiers were here to reconstruct the battle scene, but they didn't have any great harvests. In the following 2 days, there were no assassinations in the city. Everything was peaceful. Some people guessed that the assassin had been killed by Yi Fan, while others shook their heads. The soldiers took away the human skin and sent it to the envoy's manor. There was no structure to it all this time. This person definitely didn't die. I don't know what kind of secret method he has. Yi Fan knew clearly that striking down a piece of human skin didn't mean that he had truly killed the assassin. It seems like he won't appear in a short period of time. Longma said. Yi Fan pondered and said, if he purely came to assassinate me, then that's fine. However, if he wanted to use this to stand out and attract the attention of others, creating competitors for me from all directions and becoming a clear target, then there's the smell of a conspiracy. The following days were extremely peaceful. There were no more bloodshed. Everyone was waiting for the trial field to open, but the envoy still didn't show any signs. After recuperating for many days, many people stopped cultivating in seclusion. They walked the streets and entered teahouses, restaurants, and other places to wait for an opportunity. When Yi Fan went out, he met a frail youth who had kindly warned him the first time he met the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland. He said that the experts on this path wouldn't retreat for others. Although he had arrived at the #1 city of the human race, Yi Fan still didn't understand many things. He was the only one who traveled alone, and there were other companions from other star fields. Why did so many of them come? Yi Fan humbly asked for guidance. He found that some star fields had too many people. There were easily dozens of them, and they all came from the same ancient land. The number of people is completely decided by the protectors of the ancient roads of each star field. There are no special restrictions, unless there's a hidden danger. The ancient road of the strongest trial was a graveyard. Those who died were all heroes. Even those with the qualifications of emperors could fall along the way. It was too dangerous, and not many could return alive. In consideration of the long-term prosperity of their star fields, some ancient lands naturally wouldn't send out too many people. Usually, they would only send a dozen or so. A dozen or so. Yi Fan was startled. According to what he knew, the extraordinary warrior manor would normally send out 3 people. Only this era was special and there were no restrictions. That was because the road to immortality was about to open and it was hard to predict whether it would be good or bad. There are also some ancient lands that have terrifying old enemies and have no choice but to send out 2 or 3 for fear of retaliation. Yi Fan was startled as he heard this. It seemed that there were many things to pay attention to on this ancient road, but the old master of the extraordinary warrior manor hadn't explained them in detail. Big Dipper might have a great enemy and there would most likely be terrifying competitors on the road ahead. Was the enmity of tens of thousands of years still continuing? You, come from Big Dipper. The youth's eyes widened in shock. He then warned him in a low voice that it was best not to mention this to others. Why? I've heard that it is a star that buries emperors. Outstanding talents rise together and the children of deities lie dormant. For tens of thousands of years, it has become the public enemy of many star fields. Yi Fan was deeply surprised. The road ahead might be filled with enemies. The people he had met today were only a small portion. A large number of people had already set out on their way. There were many small ancient roads in the starry sky. Some were smooth sailing, while others had been interfered with by ancient emperors. They were full of trials and tribulations. But in the powerful ancient star fields, the roads were all difficult to walk. It is said that there are human ancient roads, divine ancient roads, and so on. In the end, different roads lead to the same destination and converge into a main trunk. The thin youth named Rui Wei explained some of the secrets he knew. Not everyone who stepped on this ancient road wanted to prove their Tao. Everyone had their own goals because in the end, only one person would have the opportunity to become an emperor. Some people were very rational and didn't want to rush to the end because the experts of the entire cosmos would fight for it. How bitter would that be? It was unknown how many people would die. Rui Wei said, "As for me, it's fine as long as I can become a saint. My most important goal is to find an ancient life star for my clansmen because our heavenly domain is about to dry up." Yi Fan was speechless. Rui Wei's birthplace was a primal chaos pure land, just like the Killer God Dynasty's heavenly domain or vicious primal chaos celestial land. This was their ancestral land discovered by an ancient great sage. At first, the clan was incomparably prosperous because they had many ancient medicines and divine treasures. But now, it was no longer suitable for living. Many people didn't come from a life star but from a small world established by an ancient peerless expert. Some are still flourishing, while others have declined to the point of no return. Rui Wei sighed. Their divine spirit world was about to wither and their resources were limited. At this moment, he didn't even have a single divine source on him because he had left it to the children of the clan who needed it more. After entering the city, he had been sleeping on the streets. Those who are truly qualified to fight for the Emperor's road all come from the powerful and glorious ancient stars. For example, the desolate sky 13 steeds came from a powerful ancient star field, Rui Wei said. Yi Fan sighed inwardly and gave Rui Wei a jade cauldron. There were hundreds of ancient medicines and a pile of divine sources inside. Let's go take a look at the inn in front. There are many people going in and out. There should be some news. The two of them had just entered the huge watchtower floating in the sky when they heard a piece of news. Everyone would enter the trial grounds tomorrow. This was definitely a major event. Inside the watchtower, an embroidered young master sat alone at a table. He gently fanned himself and no one dared to approach him. It was said that he came from a powerful ancient star field and was a genius who had already become a saint. On the other side, there was a monk with a golden band and messy hair. There was a birthmark like a knife scar on his face. Although he was a Buddhist disciple, he didn't look very kind. Yi Fan was startled. Apart from the Big Dipper's western desert, there were also powerful Buddhist sects in other star fields. Soon, he heard the discussion of others. This monk came from an ancient star field called Amida. There were a total of 8 or 9 tables in the palace. They were very special and no one dared to approach them. They were the most powerful among the 437 trial takers. Apart from them, there were naturally many other people who had formed alliances with like-minded people. Who is the assassin? I believe many people should have realized it already. Isn't it that person named Yi Fan? What did he say about repelling the assassin? It's clearly an act, it's him. Someone said with a shrill voice. Yi Fan looked over and saw not only the person who had spoken, but also the middle-aged nun who had almost fought with him. We're going to enter the trial grounds tomorrow. He'll be in for a treat. Humph, humph, humph. Those people were all unkind. Chapter 1247. The restaurant floated in midair, absorbing the clouds and absorbing the mist. Starlight sprinkled down, like a majestic heavenly palace towering in the cosmos. When the middle-aged nun saw Yi Fan, a cold glint flashed in her eyes. Her mount had been killed by Yi Fan in front of everyone, and this was a great humiliation. Yi Fan found a table and sat down with Rui Wei, not paying attention to those comments. Many people noticed them, and all kinds of gazes swept over. He was a powerful character in the limelight, and he had left a deep impression on many people. There were 7 or 8 people at the middle-aged nun's table, all of them outstanding and extraordinary characters. This was normal, as none of those who could step on the starry sky ancient path would be ordinary. One may know a person's face but not his heart. Some people are truly deranged, pretending to be killing saints to kill their opponents. Their actions are despicable and inhumane. A young man at the middle-aged nun's table shook the wine cup in his hand, speaking calmly. Although his voice was not loud, it could be heard clearly. He wore sky-blue treasured clothes and looked very young. His skin was fair, and his fingers were sparkling, reflecting the splendor of the jade cup, making him look delicate and refined. He is indeed a scum. In the struggle for supremacy on the Emperor's Road, if you have the strength, then fight. What kind of ability is there to use such shameless methods to plot against competitors? Another girl spoke. She was born with a beautiful countenance, and her words were very sharp. Her red clothes were like fire, and she should have been charming and enchanting. However, at this moment, there was a kind of killing intent, full of callousness. Rui Wei revealed a worried expression. She could naturally tell that the people at this table were targeting Yi Fan. Their words were obvious, slandering him in front of everyone. "Brother Yi, let's go to another place," Rui Wei said softly. Yi Fan shook his head and said, "Flies flying and dogs jumping, there is no need to pay attention to them." This area of the imperial court immediately quieted down. Many people were paying attention, and the 7 or 8 people at the middle-aged nun's table all had cold expressions. "You've already done it, yet you still don't dare to admit it. A mere scoundrel dares to be so arrogant here." The red-clothed girl's brows furrowed into 2 swords, and her eyes shone with a cold light. The middle-aged Taoist nun smiled and said, "Sister Honglu, there's no need to be angry. We'll be entering the trial grounds tomorrow. Let's kill the rats and dogs and see whose harvest is greater. Little Sister Hong, don't let a person who can't see the light spoil your mood. Mountain Lord Junwei is here, let's not talk about a shameless person." The blue-clothed man said calmly. His tone was calm, but it was very targeted. The middle-aged Taoist nun smiled and said, "Brother Lan Feng is right. We should go and welcome Mount Junwei." Rui Wei's expression changed. These people were going too far, echoing each other and belittling Yi Fan. They were truly harboring evil intentions, and they deserved to be punished. He was truly afraid that Yi Fan would be angered and disregard everything, unleashing a massacre here. That would be terrible, and there would definitely be a great disaster. It was clear that the middle-aged Taoist nun, Hong Lu, and Lu Maple were all waiting for them to erupt, and then rebuke them on the basis of reason. Yi Fan was very calm. He raised his cup and lightly clinked it with Rui Wei's. He said, "There are all kinds of people in the human world. There are all kinds of people. Why bother with them? Just treat it as a dog barking." Swoosh! Numerous gazes shot over like sharp swords, making the atmosphere even more tense and chilly. Everyone had a premonition that a huge collision was about to take place. The number of people talking in the imperial court decreased by a lot, and they all focused their attention. Even the young master in embroidered gown, the Duda with the golden band, and the 6 or 7 other seed-level masters at the other tables indifferently glanced over. The middle-aged Taoist nun revealed a mocking smile. The killing intent in Hong Lu's eyes became even more intense. Lu Maple was very cold. He stared at Yi Fan for a while, and a murderous aura pervaded the air from their table. Yi Fan naturally knew that they were the middle-aged Taoist nun's allies. Together, they were very powerful and couldn't be ignored. It seemed that she had spent a lot of effort to provoke and rope in a group of people. Mount Junwei has arrived. A group of people ascended the imperial court in the sky. 5 people walked in. The one in the middle walked with a majestic gait. He wore a purple gold crown and Qilin armor. He was handsome and extraordinary, and he brought with him a wave of pressure. It was as if a divine mountain was pressing down, as if a divine king had descended upon the world. "Brother Junwei, this way please." The elegant Lu Maple in blue smiled and stood up to welcome him. The middle-aged Taoist nun also came in with a horsetail whisk in her hand. She invited him seriously with a trace of respect, which was very different from the coldness she showed to Yi Fan. At this moment, she was full of smiles and greeted him with the etiquette of Taoism. She said, "Mount Junwei's name has shaken the starry ancient road. You single-handedly passed through the 99 heavenly passes and walked one of the most difficult paths of training. You are truly a heaven-sent genius." Hong Lu and the others also smiled and came forward. They treated this person seriously and didn't dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect. They were like stars surrounding the moon as they led him to his table. In the imperial court, everyone else revealed a surprised expression. Many people had heard of this Mount Junwei. It was said that he came from an ancient starfield. There were many people who went to visit him these past few days. It seemed that he was a feudal lord among the 437 challengers. This was definitely a front-row character. He wasn't any weaker than the 8 or 9 cultivators who occupied a table. Many people feared him and thought highly of him. Mount Junwei came from an academy in an ancient starfield. What he learned is terrifying. He has most likely become a saint. His essence energy is restrained and doesn't leak out at all. The difficulty level is low, but to be able to pass the 99 heavenly passes, he must have transcended mortality and entered sainthood. This was everyone's evaluation. They thought highly of this person and felt fear in their hearts. He wanted to walk the Emperor's path. This was definitely a powerful contender. Mount Junwei had a pair of purple eyes and a golden crown to tie up his hair. He had the bearing of a dragon and tiger. Just sitting there, he gave off an invisible sense of dignity. "Just now, I heard you guys talking about assassins. Did you really find any clues?" He spoke calmly. His purple eyes were as deep as the sea. "It's just a small fry, not worth mentioning. Let him be complacent for a night. Tomorrow, he will be exposed in the training field," the middle-aged Taoist nun said indifferently. "Look, isn't it him? He secretly hunts his fellow Taoists. His crimes are unpardonable. I feel like tomorrow, we should all rise up and punish him." Hong Lu pouted and even pointed at Yi Fan. This time, she didn't hide anything and directly targeted him. "Right, this kind of person is too despicable. He secretly kills his competitors and is narrow-minded. If he is allowed to live, who knows how many more people will be harmed. We should eliminate him together." The others at this table agreed. Many people in the imperial court revealed strange expressions. They looked towards Yi Fan and the middle-aged Taoist nun and the others. They all began to whisper among themselves. A group of things that don't know life from death. Yi Fan drank a cup of wine and swept his eyes over in that direction. His gaze was indifferent and emotionless. In that instant, the imperial court became extremely quiet. This was a conflict that couldn't be resolved. Even if they didn't fight now, there would definitely be a bitter battle in the training field tomorrow. "Who are you talking about?" There were people standing at the middle-aged Taoist nun's side. Moreover, there were 5 or 6 of them at once. They looked over coldly and used their power to oppress others. It was as if they wanted to massacre this place. Everyone thought that Yi Fan would be cold and mocking, but they never expected him to be so direct. I am talking about you flies and dogs. Who do you think you are? Just a despicable person that can't see the light. Do you dare fight against me? I will take your head within 100 moves. One person stepped out and spoke sinisterly. It was clear that this was just a spear that stuck out to test and provoke Yi Fan. The assassination has nothing to do with me. If you insist on splashing dirty water on me, I don't mind acting as a killing saint. Yi Fan gave him a look of disdain and said, also, if you want to fight against me, you are still not worthy. Why would I need 100 moves? A single blade is enough to cut you down. When Yi Fan spoke these words, each and every word was resounding and ear-splitting. There was a wave of tyrannical blood energy that covered the sky and covered the earth. This person's face became snow-white, as if he saw a rain of blood pouring down on the world. You! His heart was stifled with discomfort. He kicked away his chair and couldn't help but walk out. He actually wanted to brandish his sword at Yi Fan. Swoosh! A streak of light flashed past. Yi Fan's back was facing him. Without even turning his head, he spilled a cup of wine and sent him flying with a ping sound. Blood sprayed out from his mouth and he fell straight into a corner as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Many people's expressions changed. It was just a cup of wine, yet he sent an expert flying. His methods were astonishing and made many cultivators feel restraining fear. You are truly domineering and domineering. Making a big fuss in the human race's #1 city and ignoring the city's rules is one thing. With such actions, you are arrogant and egotistical. Do you want to become enemies with all cultivators? The middle-aged Taoist nun sneered. This is clearly a grudge between you and me, so why drag in so many innocent people? Slandering me as the killing saint and inciting so many people to deal with me, don't you think it's despicable? Yi Fan looked at her, his eyes deep with divine light. Every word he spoke was like a sword cry, shaking everyone's ears until wang wang sounds rang out. Do everything you can to invite people. Tomorrow, no matter how many people come, I will receive them all. If you use dark tricks, I will cut them down with a sword of light. This was Yi Fan's killing intent. In the end, it was nothing more than a battle. In that instant, the imperial court became extremely cold, the coldness penetrating into the bone. Both sides were ready to fight, and it seemed like a great battle was about to break out even before entering the training grounds. Suddenly, cries of alarm sounded. Savage beasts roared as if something abnormal had happened. A few cultivators rode on strange birds and ancient beasts into the city, so there were naturally places outside the imperial court to take care of these mounts. Right now, a great chaos had broken out. The roars of savage beasts transmitted over. The sound was extremely loud, making the expressions of many people at the middle-aged Taoist nun's table change. They stood up and rushed outside. Outside the imperial court, it was a mess. Shouts could be heard. Whose horse is this, acting so viciously here? A flustered and exasperated voice transmitted over. Yi Fan and Rui Wei gave each other a look, and then they walked out. They saw that the place where mounts were taken care of was in an excessively chaotic state. Birds and beasts roared continuously. This one doesn't eat grass and only eats meat. It was these two beasts that provoked me, so I had no choice but to roast them. Longma's arrogant voice transmitted over. The middle-aged Taoist nun, Lan Feng, Hong Lu, and the others all had cold expressions. Two of them even had ashen faces. Their mounts were on the verge of death, currently being roasted over a fire. The imperial court's master had a bitter expression. He brought over some spiritual herbs, but in the end, Longma completely ignored them. On the side, a peacock and a golden hoe ridiculed him, their words harsh and rather disrespectful. It was because they knew that their master was going to target the scarlet-scaled horse's master. The result was extremely lamentable. Longmo was just a hooligan. He kicked them 3 times on the spot, kicking the powerful peacock and golden hoe until their eyes rolled back and they fainted. He directly plucked out all of their feathers and used scarlet flames to refine them. At this moment, the fragrance of meat wafted through the air. What is going on? How can a horse be so unbridled? The middle-aged Taoist nun and the others questioned coldly. What are you looking at? You're just making a fuss out of ignorance. Have you never seen such a handsome, meat-eating horse before? Longma choked. Chapter 1248. The master of the peacock and the master of the golden hoe were so angry that their bodies were trembling. The veins on their foreheads were throbbing non-stop. They were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. Evil creature. One of them scolded angrily. He opened his mouth and spat out an inch-long copper gourd. It was translucent and flickering, and the gourd pulled itself out. The mouth of the gourd swallowed the heaven and earth, wanting to suck in Longma and turn it into pus and blood. You want to bully me? Longma glared. One of its front hooves touched the ground, and its entire body spun sideways like a human performing a sweeping kick. Everyone's eyes widened. One of the dragon horse's hind hooves had stepped on the purple copper gourd, and the other had imprinted itself on the man's chest, sending him flying. Everyone was stupefied. No one could stop a vicious beast that knew martial arts. This huge scarlet horse's moves were very unconventional. It didn't transform into human form, nor did it use any divine abilities. It directly sent an expert flying with a kick, which made everyone raise their eyebrows. On the side, the master of the golden hoe also made his move. One of his arms turned into a divine sword, and it was very strange for a human to transform into a battle weapon. Dang! Longmo was very fierce. It stood up on its hind legs, and one of its hooves pressed down on the brilliant sword while the other stomped towards the man's forehead. Everyone felt dizzy. When other vicious beasts displayed their might, lightning and flames would come out at the same time, creating a great commotion. Why did this strange horse flickering with scarlet multicolored light like to fight hand to hand? It was like a fight between hoodlums. The master of the golden hoe retreated as fast as a ghost, but Longmo was even faster. It didn't lower its upright body, and its 2 hind legs touched the ground. It was like a divine scarlet lightning, so fast that no one could react. Everyone was completely dizzy. This horse couldn't be measured with common sense. This was the Xing word formula Longmo learned from Yifan. It had fought for 10 years on the most difficult ancient path in the starry sky, and it had developed it to the acme of perfection. It didn't care about transforming into human form, and just this body alone could reach a terrifying level. Naturally, it caught up to that man in an instant, and its 2 front hooves slammed down together. The face of the golden swan knee's owner turned green. A pair of huge hoof prints descended on his face. It was difficult to dodge, so he had no choice but to take it head-on. With 2 crisp cracking sounds, both of his arms were broken. At the same time, his chest suffered a blow from the horse's hoof, caving in deeply. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. A peerless beast. What kind of horse is this? Don't tell me it's a divine beast with the blood of a celestial. Everyone was stupefied. This horse was too fierce. They came from different ancient star domains, and not many people knew that this was a Longma that was born from the other side of the starry sky. The itinerant monk from the Amitabha star area stared at Longma for a while. The scar on his face glowed. In addition, the young master in the brocade gown, who was said to be from the human king's ancient star region, also stared at Longma for a while and didn't say anything. Yifan noticed that there were a total of 8 or 9 people who revealed strange expressions. They were all experts who had dominated their own table just now. They seemed to have recognized something. The owner of the peacock attacked from behind without making a sound. He turned into a wisp of shadow, but right at this time, Longma's front hooves landed on the ground. Its hind legs fiercely kicked back, and the cacha sound made everyone's teeth ache. This person released a pained groan. His chest caved in like a dead fish falling to the ground. You dare to act violently in the city? The middle-aged Taoist nun shouted coldly. Cold light shot out from her eyes as she stared at Yifan. She shouted into the distance, summoning the soldiers. She wanted to borrow their power to kill Yifan. Everyone, please calm down. Please give this old man some face. Can we turn hostility into friendship? The master of the imperial court was anxious and came up to persuade them. No, he broke the city's rules and should be punished severely. He should be killed on the spot. Honglu raised her voice and wanted to blow things up. What a joke. It was originally a battle between mounts, but in the end, as humans, you all had to interfere. My horse had no choice but to defend itself. Yifan said. Many people could tell what was going on. They didn't think much of it at first, but why did it sound worse the more they tasted it? What are you saying? The owner of the peacock said angrily. He rubbed his fractured chest, and half of his body was covered in blood. What are you saying now? You want to reason with me? Then go talk to my horse. Yifan said. These people's faces immediately became ice cold. Their eyes were incomparably gloomy. This was clearly a humiliation. He said that they tangled with a horse and fought with it. Wasn't this putting them in the same category as mounts? Longma raised its enormous head and said, this one was defending itself, and I already showed mercy. Otherwise, you all would have long been smashed into 8 pieces. Maldorf *Ker, a horse was defending itself and almost kicked 2 people to death. This was just too good at listening. The group of people on the other side all wanted to eat it alive. This storm didn't start. Even though the middle-aged Taoist nun was sinister and sent people to report, wanting to use this to kill Yifan, it was to no avail. In the end, this storm was caused by Longma. It wasn't realistic to implicate Yifan and get rid of him. Moreover, the master of the Heavenly Imperial Court was familiar with the 2 soldiers. After a bit of explanation and mediation, the matter was over. The middle-aged Taoist nun and the others left. They really couldn't stay any longer. That horse kept on crying out. It was defending itself, making them feel extremely embarrassed. Their faces were burning hot. Even though this ancient city towered in the starry sky and not on land, it still had day and night. It faced the cosmos and was extremely magnificent. In the evening, starlight poured down like a waterfall, scattering the setting sun. The scenery was greatly different from that of the Life Star. The training field will open tomorrow. Everyone, make your preparations. Finally, the official news was passed down. Every cultivator on the ancient path of the stars felt their hearts tremble. It was finally going to begin. Yifan frowned. Some people already knew about this before the official news. It seemed that no matter where it was, there would always be injustice. Before the last faint sunset, Ruiwei found him and brought him a piece of unfavorable news. That Taoist nun repeatedly went out today to persuade everyone that you are the Saint Killer. She wants to eliminate you in the training field. Then I can only say that she's tired of living. Yifan said calmly. She really managed to convince a group of cultivators. There are more than 20 of them. If that terrifying Mount Junwei were to take action, I believe that with his terrifying prestige, there will definitely be more people joining in. There are a few muddle-headed people on the ancient path of the stars. They know very well whether I'm an assassin or not. If they really take action against me, then it can only mean that they want to use this opportunity to eliminate me. This is also good. They can attract those who are hostile to me earlier and kill them all. Rui Wei revealed a worried expression. She was worried for him. Those were all people who had walked on the path of the training. They were all heroes of their regions. No matter how strong Yi Fan was, could he stop a pack of wolves devouring a tiger? This night was very peaceful. All the people from the foreign lands were meditating, adjusting their state of mind in this strange ancient city. They were all waiting for the gate of the training to open. At the break of dawn, a bugle horn sounded. It was boundless and distant, as if it came from ancient times. It sounded like the cry of the ancestors of the ancient human race. Everyone stood up and silently gathered at the plaza in the center of the city. It was a dense mass of people. On the high platform, the envoy appeared again. His figure was still blurry, and the space where he stood was distorted. It was very unreal. Only a pair of eyes were as bright as golden lamps, and could pierce the eyes of others. This is the bugle horn used by the ancestors of the human race when they first opened up the cosmos. All of you, listen carefully. This was the first time the envoy was this strict. That ancient bugle horn was still sounding. A desolate aura surged. It was as if they arrived in an incomparably vile primitive world where vicious birds and ferocious beasts ran amok. The bugle horn stopped. The envoy said, "There is only one goal for entering the training field today, and that is to obtain that world's great Tao profound mysteries. If you don't have this kind of comprehension ability, then stop here." He still didn't say much. He disappeared from the stone platform, not willing to speak a single word, not wanting to explain anything for everyone. Even if these people were dissatisfied, they couldn't complain. If they angered the city lord, they might not be able to leave this place. "I will lead you all on your way. Follow me." A heavenly wolf appeared. A male sat on it, dressed in iron clothes. He was quite heroic, and there was a bit of white at his temples. This was the commander of the city guards, an ancient saint who was only a hair away from becoming a saint king. He was one of the 3 great experts under the envoy. 20 soldiers followed behind him. Their armor was simple and unadorned, their iron clothes cold. They each held a halberd, iron dagger axe, and other weapons. These were all failures. They had previously walked very far on the ancient starry sky path and passed through who knew how many trials, but in the end, they were defeated under the hands of the unrivaled heroes of their generation. All of them were extremely serious. They were going to send everyone on their way together with the commander into the training field. A streak of lightning streaked past. The void split apart, and a special altar appeared above the plaza. It was incomparably large, and it wasn't crowded even after everyone stood on it. None of the trial takers said anything. The commander chanted an ancient syllable, actually using an incantation to activate this transportation formation. Hong! An enormous beam of light shot out, piercing through the cosmos and tearing open a wide spatial passage that led to the unknown shore. "Let's go." The great commander, who was as heroic as a heavenly general, urged the heavenly wolf. He was the first to enter the spatial passage. More than 400 cultivators followed closely behind, and the last 20 soldiers held the line. This was a special ancient path. It was unknown which star domain it led to. Everyone felt that time had become chaotic. It was as if 100 years had passed in an instant, as if the ages had passed in a hurry. Occasionally, the walls of the passage would become transparent. They could see star domains being left behind one after another. They had passed through the cosmos and arrived at an extremely distant place. After an unknown amount of time, everyone was shaken. They rushed out of the passage and arrived at the ice-cold cosmos. They had reached the end. Starlight flickered, pure and holy like water. It was unknown how many light years they were away from the number one human city and how many great star domains they were separated by. Someone cried out in alarm. There was a huge island in front of them. It wasn't a celestial body, nor was it a meteorite, but rather a mysterious giant island. It was even more majestic than an ancient star. There was an aura of endless vicissitudes. It was unknown how many great calamities it had experienced. It lay here, leaving behind endless legends for later generations. This island was the place where the ancestors of the human race had once fought a bloody battle. It is unknown how many supreme experts have fallen here. Among them, there are a few. Forget it, after you all enter, it is enough as long as you experience the unchanging Great Tao. If you don't have this kind of comprehension ability, then there is no need to continue on your way. It was clear that this was an ancient island with a story. It was rumored that it originated from the mythological era. After endless vicissitudes, only fragmented legends remained. Its shape was extremely irregular, greatly different from the celestial bodies in the cosmos. It shouldn't have existed at all, yet it had never been destroyed and existed until now. A few cold gazes swept over, making one feel a chill run down their backs. Yi Fan turned around and saw the middle-aged Taoist nun, Hong Lu, Lu Feng, and the others. There were 20 to 30 people gathered together. Even further away, the 13 heavenly wasteland mounts were also watching coldly, all of them revealing killing intent. After entering the giant island, a battle was unavoidable. Chapter 1249. The mysterious ancient island narrated the vicissitudes of time. The years were like blades, engraving modeled ancient scars on its surface. Within the ice-cold cosmos, starlight scattered down. More than 430 trial takers followed the great commander of the human race's number one city to the shore of the giant island. The trial field is about to open, and the path that belongs to all of you will be unveiled. Whether or not a stunning great emperor will appear, we will wait and see in the future. The great commander said. The heavenly wolf sitting down was enormous. Its eyes flickered with cold light as it gazed at the first trial of the ancient starry sky path, St. Fall Island. It seemed to have sensed something. Ow-ho! An enormous roar sounded. This was a spiritual fluctuation that was tyrannical like the ocean and surging like a tide. It came from the desolate mountains on the island, and it was clear that there was an exceptional savage beast. Many people's expressions changed. There might be a holy beast on this island, and it wasn't as simple as comprehending the great Tao. If they were the slightest bit careless, they might become food for a vicious beast. St. Fall Island was large enough. The great commander explained to everyone that the outer area was divided into 49 regions. If the central forbidden area was added, then there would be 50 regions. The great commander warned, the central forbidden area is a field of death. For most of you, the existence there is unrivaled. If you want to live longer, then do not challenge those of a higher realm. There was a mysterious barrier between the 49 regions that was difficult to break. Once one chose a region and entered, it would be difficult to cross over. Otherwise, if one broke through the barrier, they would have to bear the seal of 1,000,000 gene shackles. Everyone listened quietly. This should be a restriction set up to protect the cultivators, preventing them from killing each other. This meant that they couldn't cross over to fight. With 1,000,000 gene of shackles on your body, if you encounter an expert of the same realm, you will undoubtedly die. This type of forceful measure is quite effective. In reality, many people might not be able to bear the seal of 1,000,000 gene. Their bodies might be directly crushed, turning into broken bones and bloody paste. Of the 437 people, 3 had already died. They would separately enter from the 49 ancient paths, so there was clearly enough to distribute. There were less than 10 people in each region. Most people didn't move and chose to watch from the sidelines, fearing that a few powerful competitors would join forces and kill them. This wasn't impossible. During these past few days, a few people had formed alliances, forming a few terrifying small teams. Their strength far surpassed individual combat strength. They were all people who had walked on the ancient path of the starry sky, and all of them were the overlords of their respective regions. None of them were much worse than the others. Of course, there were some exceptions for those who came from ancient star regions. A figure flickered, and the embroidered-clothed young master moved. He came from the human king ancient star domain, and his name was Tuobiyu. His cultivation was profound, and even now, no one could see through his depths. He directly rushed towards the entrance of the fifth region. At the same time, Ku Tuchuo from the ancient Amitabha star field also moved. He chanted Buddhist chants and charged into the 15th region. It was impossible for the two of them to encounter each other. Crossing one realm would result in shackles weighing 1,000,000 kilograms, crossing two realms would result in shackles weighing 2,000,000 kilograms, and so on and so forth. The two of them were separated by 10 zones. If they were to encounter each other, one of them would definitely suffer a great loss. The crisp sound of a bell rang out, melodious and pleasing to the ears. A woman with a graceful figure, snow-white arms, long and slender legs, soft and glossy black hair, sparkling and translucent jade-like skin, a sweet appearance, and large eyes walked out from the crowd. There were glossy bells on her wrists and ankles. They jingled, clear and pleasant to the ears, and complemented her snow-white and exquisite body. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and a smile that could topple cities. Her steps were graceful, and with a confident smile, she stepped into the entrance of the fourth region. Her figure disappeared. Everyone's hearts jumped. This peerlessly beautiful and sweet-looking young lady was right next to the embroidered-clothed young master of the human king ancient star domain, Tuobiyu. Could it be that she wanted to cross realms? Her name is Yuxian, and she comes from the Yuhua ancient star domain. Her strength is unknown, and I haven't seen her fight before. Someone whispered, revealing her origins. This made Yi Fan's heart move. What relationship did the ancient Yuhua star domain have with the Yuhua god dynasty? Silently, a tall figure walked out from the crowd. He didn't look young, and crow's feet had already appeared at the corners of his eyes. His hair was grizzled. Although he wasn't young anymore, he didn't feel old at all. Instead, he looked very valiant. His steps were like dragons and tigers, and his eyes were like blades. He was as terrifying as a demonic god. His cultivation was world-shaking. A supreme great Tao spread out from under his feet, extending to the farthest 49th region. Boom! He took a step forward, and heaven and earth resonated. All Daos trembled, and true dragons and immortal phoenixes appeared. It was as if there were 3,000 demonic gods chanting sutras, emitting a monstrous demonic might. This person was tall, and his temples were grizzled. His eyes were deep, and he had an aura of supremacy. It was as if a demon lord was on a journey. He entered the ancient path of the 49th region and casually threw out a seal to block the ancient path, not allowing others to enter. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. This demonic figure was extremely domineering, and he didn't want anyone to be in the same region as him. He cultivates a supreme demonic art, but in reality, he is only 100 years old. In this realm, he can still be considered young, but his appearance is so ancient. Clearly, he has experienced countless dangers. This person is called Oemo. I only know his name, but I don't know which star domain he came from. There's no need to think too much. He's definitely extremely terrifying. The fifth person to move out was a woman. She was as beautiful as the bright moon and as holy as a deity. She was like the reincarnation of a fairy. She couldn't be considered extremely beautiful, but she possessed an otherworldly temperament. She was extremely cold. Although there was a moon disk-like divine ring surrounding her body, she seemed to not belong to the mortal world. She kept people at a distance of 1,000 li, and no one dared to approach her. Her skin was like ice and bones were like jade. Although she wasn't exceptionally beautiful, this kind of coldness and special temperament made her the focal point of everyone's eyes. It was impossible for people to not notice her. It was as if she was the goddess of the moon in an icy palace. The moonlight was like water as it curled around her body. She entered the first region's ancient path and directly flew in. Everyone's expression changed. She actually chose the first region without any misgivings and became the focal point of everyone's attention. What does entering the first region mean? Does she have the unparalleled strength to dominate the 400 or so people? Although the ranking of the 49th region doesn't mean anything, most people will still avoid the first region. She is truly confident. Many people were shocked. There were many corpses on the great emperor's path. The struggle between unparalleled heroes was naturally cruel, but it wasn't necessary to fight for everything. This didn't mean that one could dominate the world, and knowing when to give up was also a necessity. Her name is Mu Guanghan. Rumor has it that she came from an extremely ancient star domain. However, as for where exactly, no one knows. Next, the most powerful 8 or 9 seed-level experts all entered the St. Fall Island one after another. Every one of them took a different path, and they didn't repeat the ones before them. These people should have all become saints. The pressure in many people's hearts multiplied, especially those cultivators who were preparing to break through on the ancient path. They were even more silent. There were some ancient secrets passed down in their star domain, and it was said that breaking through on the ancient path and increasing one's strength would bring great benefits in the future. As a result, many people suppressed their strength and came. They currently didn't have an advantage. People chose their entrances one after another. Almost no one followed the path chosen by the 10 or so people in front. They didn't want to clash with them too early. After all, the trial this time was to comprehend the great path, not to fight for supremacy. Compared to the desolate areas of Tuobiyu in the Human King Ancient Star Domain, Ku Tuchuo in the Amiba Ancient Star Domain, Yuxian in the Feather Transformation Ancient Star Domain, Oyemo, Muguanghan, and the others, Yifan's area was completely different. He was also eye-catching because as soon as he appeared, there were 20 or 30 people following him. The area he stood in was the most lively. I advise you not to enter. Otherwise, something unpleasant might happen. Blue Maple, whose blue robes fluttered in the wind and had an extraordinary aura, said plainly. The middle-aged Taoist nun also smiled coldly. She stood in the cold universe with a horsetail whisk in her hand. Her pretty face was filled with endless killing intent. Some people are arrogant and despotic. They won't listen to your advice. Perhaps only a bloody scene can make them realize what reality is. Hong Lu, who was wearing a fiery red battle suit, mocked. There were a total of 23 people in their group. All of them were experts who had stepped onto the ancient path of the stars. They were all heroes of their regions and looked down on their respective star domains. With such strength gathered together, it was natural for people to be fearful and change their expressions. Every one of them wore a cold smile. They were all heroes who couldn't be provoked. It was obvious that they wanted to kill Yi Fan together. A cold chill and merciless killing intent filled the air. The 23 of them stood side by side like a group of killing gods descending to the mortal world, causing the expressions of many cultivators to change. Yi Fan indifferently moved forward. He first stopped at the entrance of the 33rd area and then went to the entrance of the 36th area. The Taoists had different sayings. There were 33 layers of heaven and 36 layers of heaven. He looked around for a long time and finally chose the 36th area. You really dare to enter the trial field? The middle-aged Taoist nun smiled coldly. No matter which area you choose, the result will be the same. Choose a better grave. Another person mocked. The faces of the remaining 200 to 300 cultivators froze as they turned their gazes over. With the 23 of them working together, they were definitely a formidable force. They could even kill ancient sages with ease. This was clearly a humiliation. With so many people working together to suppress Yifan's people, how could they still fight? It could be said that this was a situation of certain death. What, are you hesitating? If I were you, I would immediately turn around and leave. I would withdraw from the trial of the strongest and never come back, Lou Maple said indifferently. It's impossible to leave. If you want to live, then cut off your dignity and give us a reason to forgive you. Hong Lu sneered. If you want to die, then all of you can come with me. Yifan only said these words. He didn't even look at them and directly walked into the 36th area. When these words were spoken, many cultivators revealed shocked expressions. He would rather break than bend. Was he really going to fight 20 people alone? This was definitely the first shocking slaughter and bloody battle in the trial field. Regardless of whether he won or lost, this cultivator named Yifan was destined to be remembered by everyone. Great Commander, aren't these people a bit too much? More than 20 people attacking a single person. His chances of survival are extremely slim. It's a bit unfair, a soldier said. He had experienced these trials and deeply understood the cruelty of these trials. They were all walking on the path of the strongest, so who would be much weaker than the other? We won't interfere. The great commander riding on the heavenly wolf said with a cold expression. Yifan walked into the 36th area and stopped after taking a dozen or so steps. He stood on a bluestone with his back facing everyone like a demonic god. Wu, do you want to go back on your word? Unfortunately, you can't leave and can only die here. A person who was in a hurry laughed coldly. Shut up. The golden blood energy around Yifan's body overflowed into the heavens. He suddenly turned around and punched out. With a loud explosion, blood splattered everywhere and bone fragments flew in all directions. A bloody mist rose into the sky. A golden fist became the only thing between heaven and earth. In an instant, it killed the person who had just spoken, killing him on the spot. Chapter 1250. One punch. With just one punch, Yifan blew up the one who spoke rudely. Bloody mist scattered, and this person was torn to pieces, shattering into pieces within the mountain region. He impatiently rushed in first, but as soon as he provoked, he was smashed into pieces by Yifan's golden fist. Even in death, he couldn't believe it. That kind of fear accompanied him until the end of his life. In the final moment, he was filled with regret. Unfortunately, time couldn't be rewound. His life imprint completely dimmed and disappeared. Blood dyed the weeds red, and bone fragments fell between the withered leaves. The bloody scene was shocking. Yifan didn't pay it any attention. He turned around and stared at the distant mountain ridge. As soon as he entered, he sensed a dangerous aura, as if there was a powerful creature spying on him in the dark. With a hurried glance, he only saw a pair of green eyes moving into the distance. That was why he stood on the bluestone with his back facing the entrance without moving. He was watching a terrifying creature from afar. The horse's hooves shook the sky. Longma's entire body surged with scarlet flames. He turned into a streak of divine lightning and rushed back. He revealed a serious expression and said, "There really was a monster." With a flash of green light, it traveled 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye. I didn't chase after it. Yifan thought about it, and then he walked towards the depths of St. Fall Island. It was impossible for everything to go smoothly after entering this mysterious ancient island. It wouldn't be strange if something strange happened. This was an island filled with a desolate aura. It was even larger than a continent and floated in the ice-cold cosmos, eternal and inextinguishable. Even an ancient life star wouldn't necessarily have such a vast area. Even though it was divided into 50 regions, each region was still vast enough. Majestic ancient peaks and tall mountain ridges were like demons standing between heaven and earth. They lay in front of him, and towering old trees took root in the earth layer, exuberant with vitality. Many ancient vines intertwined, and every one of them was as thick as a water tank. It was unknown how many years they had been growing for. They were like dragons coiling around the giant mountains and hanging down from the tens of thousands of zhang-tall cliffs. The wild ape roared. It was clearly a desolate ancient species. Its entire body was scarlet red like blood, its hair several feet long, and it was several dozen zhang tall. It leapt from an enormous mountain top to another majestic ancient mountain, its roar splitting the heavens. This was a barbaric world that preserved the most primitive style. There were many ancient medicines here, and it wasn't strange for them to be several thousand years old. There were even some that had lived for tens of thousands of years. The cries of apes and roars of tigers resounded in the mountain range. It was a scene from prehistoric times. As Yifan left, a commotion broke out behind him. The people behind him entered and immediately discovered the bloody mist and shattered bones. Their expressions all changed. This was a strange ancient path. Before entering, it was impossible to see the scene at the other end. No one saw the scene of Yifan smashing this person to pieces with his fist. He's really vicious and merciless. He didn't hesitate at all and killed without hesitation. He killed a fellow cultivator in such a short period of time. His combat strength cannot be underestimated. Everyone, you must be careful. The middle-aged Taoist nun walked in with a gloomy face. She warned everyone that in order to avoid being ambushed by Yifan, they had to stick together. Hong Lu nodded and said, "That's right. This person is sinister and ruthless. He will definitely kill us, so we must be careful. However, with so many people walking together, he will still die no matter how powerful he is." In reality, Yifan didn't pay any attention to everything behind him. He didn't have any plans to ambush them and directly entered the depths of the trial grounds. His mind was clear as he comprehended the great Tao of this place. Outside of St. Fall Island, within the dark cosmos, a group of cultivators were all moved. More than 20 experts had entered, and no one believed that Yifan could safely pass this trial. In the distance, the 12th of the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland was about to urge his mount to follow, but he was stopped by the second in command on the Azure Dragon. "So many people have entered. What's the point of joining in the fun? We can calmly wait for the bloody result. No matter which side wins, it won't be bad." The leader, who was sitting on top of the Holy Wolf, nodded indifferently. His upper body was bare, and his wheat-colored body was as sturdy as bronze. A group of people carried powerful killing intent as they directly charged into the 42nd region. No one was willing to provoke them. They were too powerful, and their battle intent overflowed into the heavens like a tsunami beating against the shore. "Mount Junwei Lord, which region are we going to?" Someone in front of St. Fall Island asked. Mount Junwei Lord was a powerful seed, but he didn't choose first. He waited until everyone had entered, and only 4 people were left by his side. "Let's wait a bit longer." He was born with a pair of purple eyes and wore a Qilin robe. On his head was a purple gold crown, and he was extremely heroic. He had the aura of the ancient great sage. In the 36th region, a wolf eagle soared through the sky. Its wings were over 100 zhang long. It had the head of an azure wolf and the body of an eagle. Then, it quickly swooped down into a valley and grabbed a mammoth that was over 10 meters long. It tore through the sky, and blood rained down. It swallowed it in a few bites. Blood dripped everywhere. This was a prehistoric scene where the strong preyed on the weak. Yifan didn't ride on Longma, but instead walked to measure this great earth. He moved along St. Fall Island, seizing the Tao traces that had existed since the ancient times. An expanse of parasol trees surrounded by raging flames stood in front of him. They took root within the volcanoes, green flames jumping about. It was quite different from what he normally saw. This is the ancient parasol tree where the phoenix bird descendant resides. Who would have thought that there would be such a large expanse here? There shouldn't be a sacred bird here, right? Longma gazed into the distance. Volcanoes appeared one after another, connecting into an expanse. Flames surged, but those giant green trees were flourishing, not withering away. Their leaves were brilliant, producing irregular scenes. Hong! A terrifying aura assaulted everyone's faces, and a majestic holy might rushed out from the ancient parasol forest. Green flames soared into the sky, and a giant green bird stood on top of an old parasol tree that was several thousand zhang tall. Its green eyes were terrifying to the soul. So it was that one. Longma cried out. When they entered St. Fall Island, they had previously discovered that they were being spied on. It was precisely this green one, a descendant of the phoenix bird, a powerful ancient saint. Another phoenix cry sounded, shaking the ancient land, tearing apart the heavens. Not far away, on an even taller ancient tree, another green one carried hostility as it stared at them. On that ancient branch, there was an ancient nest with green flames jumping about, the aura of life spreading from within. For little green one that were full of spiritual essence were currently peeking outwards, their eyes blinking, appearing intelligent and cute. The two ancient sacred level green one gave birth to 4 little creatures, protecting this place. They were extremely nervous, sensing the terrifying blood energy within Yifan's body that was like a sea. I bear no malice, nor do I wish to disturb you all. Yifan spoke, bringing Longma with him as they moved past, not breaking the peace of this place. In the end, he chose an enormous mountain, not a single blade of grass growing on the mountaintop, only a piece of limestone. This was originally a 9-aperture stone being, but it was pierced through by a sword, not allowed to grow and emerge into the world. This sword, at the very least, it was done by the great sage. Yifan released a light sigh. The sword scar was extremely ancient, existing for at least 1,000,000 years. However, there was still cold killing intent seeping out, not scattering this entire time. In the end, Yifan sat on the mountaintop, comprehending a type of unchanging Tao between heaven and earth, starting this time's trial. Longma also stood on the side, gazing into the boundless great earth, drawing upon the natural order of heaven and earth to carry out cultivation. You really are unflustered. Your life is already in danger, yet you are still sitting here, wishing to complete the trial. Keep dreaming. A cold voice sounded. 22 people appeared on the enormous mountain on the other side. That mountain towered into the clouds, extremely majestic. There was a boundless white waterfall that poured down, the scene extraordinary. Yifan opened his eyes, and like 2 streaks of lightning, he didn't pay them any attention, closing his eyes again. The ancient medicine fragrance wafted through the cracks of the cliff, making his body and mind become tranquil. Everyone, do you all see? How arrogant and conceited is he? Does he really think he is an unmatched expert? How laughable. Oh, I really don't like him. Has everyone decided how to kill him? 22 people surrounded this place, flying towards different mountain peaks. All of them were suffused with killing intent, and their eyes were cold, ready to attack at any time. I have no enmity with you all, yet you are forcing me like this. It's hard to even say I will forgive you all. Yifan stood up. The middle-aged nun's eyes were malicious. You slaughtered my mount, yet you say there is no enmity. There is no way to be friendly today. Kill your own mount first, and I might give you a dignified death. Give him a dignified death. Definitely not. The girl in red shook her head and sneered. Her waist was as slender as a willow, soft and boneless. Her name was Honglu, just like her name, and she sneered. With so many people here, wouldn't it be too easy to kill him directly? I was just saying. How could I kill him with one sword? The middle-aged nun smiled cruelly. The group of people pressed forward. All types of flowing light could be faintly seen, and a few powerful divine artifacts were reviving. They came from different ancient star regions, and their names shook their respective starry skies. They naturally all had world-shaking secret weapons. The heavenly demonic umbrella that covered the sky dome, the war god whip that was several li long, the mountainous heaven-overturning imprint, the enormous blood-colored sword that tore apart the heavens, they were all dazzling and full of killing intent. It had to be said that this was a group of terrifying cultivators that could kill several saints. When they worked together, it was difficult to stop them. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and admit that you are a killing saint, beg for our forgiveness, and then sever your own cultivation. Then, we can let you leave with your life. Don't ever vainly think about treading the ancient path of the most powerful. Lan Feng calmly said. His blue clothes fluttered about, making him seem otherworldly, releasing a bit of immortal energy. The middle-aged nun laughed, continuously nodding her head in a cruel manner. Have you all finished saying your last words? Yi Fan calmly asked. Everyone's expressions became sluggish. Even after such humiliation, the other party's heart was still like still water, making their hearts go cold. They weren't able to disturb the other party's state of mind, but instead made them feel a bit uneasy. Dragon Ancestor has already endured you all for a long time. All of you can just roll over and accept your heads. Longma roared angrily. Yi Fan stood on the mountain peak, not hiding anything at all. He released his powerful battle intent, immediately surging like a great sea, sweeping through the boundless great earth. His black hair fell down like a waterfall, eyes like cold lightning. Even though he was standing there alone, there was a type of aura that devoured 10,000 li, divine appearance unmatched, overlooking the world. Kill. These people sensed that things weren't good, taking action together. The heavenly demonic umbrella covered the sky, heaven overturning imprint smashed into the great earth, all types of holy artifacts flew about, terrifying to the heavens. The most terrifying thing was that there were a few forbidden artifacts that exploded, definitely enough to destroy several ancient saints. These were vicious great killing weapons. In that instant, everything within a range of 1,000 li was flattened, the great earth sinking several thousand zhang. Not a single blade of grass grew in this region, all of the mountain ranges disappearing. This was a saint-tier forbidden weapon that was specially made to kill ancient saints. These people had brought it with them to the starry sky ancient path to deal with supreme experts. Now that they had taken it out at the first moment, it was clear how determined they were to kill Yi Fan. If it was anyone else, even if it was an ancient saint that had cultivated for many years, they would undoubtedly die, because they couldn't avoid it. Who could be faster than the radiance of a holy artifact's explosion? Yi Fan was an anomaly. He was faster than the holy artifact's fragments, and not even the holy light could hit him. He cultivated the rose symbol art to perfection, and in that short instant, time seemed to have frozen. He brought Longma with him, and with a flash, he arrived 1,000 li away. He stood quietly on a mountain peak, watching everything coldly. These people were extremely ruthless. A total of 5 holy-grade forbidden artifacts exploded, and killing any ancient prince wouldn't be a problem. Those who could contend for supremacy on the Emperor's path could only nurse a grievance if they were hit. If not for the exceptional great formation laid down on St. Fall Island, the shockwaves would definitely be even greater, completely penetrating the island and splitting it into pieces. He actually didn't die, he's over there. Everyone turned around, and when they saw Yi Fan, their hearts immediately sank, and a wave of fear emerged. Longma shouted angrily, "Bastards, all of you are going to die. Do you really think I'm a vegetarian? 10 years of bloody battles, 10 years of conquest, if it wasn't because I wanted to obtain enough benefits on the path of the strongest, I would have long become a saint." It turned into a streak of scarlet light and rushed over. To be able to walk this path, who is ordinary? You aren't the only one who is an anomaly. The middle-aged Taoist nun said coldly. Everyone, work together and kill them. The blue-clothed male shouted coldly. Hong. Yi Fan moved later, but arrived first. He was even faster than Longma. He turned into a golden divine will, and with heaven overflowing blood energy, he smashed over. His attack was simple and direct. A golden fist with vast and mighty divine might swept out for 3,000 li. Hurricanes engulfed the earth, and the great mountains within 1,000 li were all sent flying. Pooh! The body of the person at the very front split open, and then it collapsed. Even his magical treasure exploded into a bloody mist, penetrated by that golden fist. Hong Long. When Yi Fan raised his hand, the sound of mountains collapsing and seas roaring could be heard. Golden blood energy overflowed into the heavens. He was like a war god, matchless and matchless. He continuously brandished 6 fists. This was the true meaning of the 6 Tao reincarnations. In that instant, another 6 people exploded. Bloody mists pervaded the air. Even the 2 terrifying holy artifacts were shattered. Holy light surged, terrifying beyond compare. Is he still human? He bare-handedly destroyed the holy artifacts. Some people were alarmed, and even their souls were trembling. Leave a few for me. Longma shouted loudly. Go and kill all of their mounts. Don't let a single one escape. Yi Fan said. Wang. Hong Lu's sky-flipping imprint descended. This was an outstanding and well-known magical treasure. Even though it wasn't the precious imprint of the past quasi-emperor level figure, it could still shatter the sun and moon. However, Yi Fan's battle intent overflowed into the heavens. Golden light shone brilliantly from his entire body, covering the sun, moon, and rivers of stars. He was like a deity that descended into this world. A palm slapped towards the sky, sending the sky-flipping imprint flying. Streak after streak of cracks appeared on its surface. Who exactly did we provoke? Hong Lu's heart trembled. This was the first time she regretted her decision. This person was too terrifying. Pooh! Yi Fan's palm streaked past. The lower half of Hong Lu's body immediately turned into a bloody mist, completely shattering. She screamed miserably as the upper half of her body flew out. Her hair was disheveled, and her face was full of fear. However, the golden battle intent overflowed into the heavens. That shockwave cleanly melted everything below her neck into a bloody paste. Only her head flew out diagonally. Save me! She was so scared that her soul was about to leave her body. All of the middle-aged Taoist nun's fine hairs stood on end. She caught that head in her hands. Her face was pale. This was simply a death god. She provoked a devil king that she shouldn't have provoked. Yi Fan slaughtered in all directions. His golden battle intent surged, and his aura swallowed 10,000 li. He opened his mouth and released a clear roar. The swastika word vibrated outwards. Several experts in front of him collapsed one after another. Bloody mist scattered, and the mountain peaks 1,000 li out were all turned into dust. Chapter 1251. Mountains and rivers collapsed with a single roar. The mountains and valleys were all turned into dust, destroyed like paper. How were they supposed to fight like this? Yi Fan was like a demonic lord that crossed realms, roaring through several experts until they exploded. Blood flowed everywhere, a ghastly sight. His hair flew about chaotically, golden battle intent overflowing into the heavens. He towered in the heavens, unmatched. Demonic god. These people cried out inwardly. Their legs were trembling, and their faces were snow white. They felt a wave of powerlessness, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. They had never felt such fear before. Pooh! Blood splashed outwards, and bloody bone fragments flew out. Yifan's black hair fell down like a waterfall. His eyes released cold lightning, and his golden fist blasted another person into a bloody mist. He was powerful and intimidating. Just a single fist was enough to blast a cultivator who entered the training field into pieces, wiping out both body and spirit. The slaughter continued. Yifan was like a human-shaped barbaric dragon that charged into a pack of wolves. With a raise of his hand, there would always be people killed. A rain of blood scattered down, and crushed bones flew everywhere. It was as if the gates of hell were opened. These people trembled in fear. They cried out in alarm, and all of them fled in defeat. Now, everyone could tell that this was a supreme demonic god. Making him their enemy would only result in death. Where do you think you are going? Yifan released a light shout. Since he chose to take action, then he had to be decisive. He wouldn't be soft-hearted. This was the cruel law of entering the training field. Spare me, this one knows his wrongs. I shouldn't have surrounded Dao brother. A scholar was caught up too. His face was pale as he begged for forgiveness, almost kneeling there. Yifan was cold and emotionless. His golden finger pointed out, and then a streak of blood flew out from his forehead. His expression of alarm froze, and then he fell straight into a pool of blood. Hong! The heavenly demonic umbrella descended, covering the sky and covering the sun. Endless strands of divine chains descended, interweaving in the sky. It was as if they were cast from divine iron, resplendent and dazzling as they suppressed Yifan. This was a powerful sect's holy artifact. It tore apart the endless blue skies, and it was as if a sea of stars was surging. It descended to destroy all things. He's being suppressed. Everyone, quickly kill him. The middle-aged Taoist nun shouted. Her expression was sinister. The heavenly demon umbrella was pitch black like ink, and there were tens of thousands of divine chains of order that penetrated every inch of the void. It was as if they were imprisoning Yifan on the spot. This weapon belonged to the blue-clothed male. He hid in the distance, and after activating this weapon, he continuously chanted an ancient incantation to completely revive it. Many people's expressions changed, activating all types of magical artifacts to hack forward. It was because they knew that there was no way for them to be friendly. Even if they begged for mercy, they would still be killed. Activate the forbidden weapon and kill him. The head in the middle-aged Taoist nun's hand cried out. It was precisely Hong Lu. Her body was destroyed, and she hated Yifan to the extreme. Everyone, we have no way out. We can only slaughter him, or we'll all die. The middle-aged Taoist nun's expression was ferocious. She opened her mouth and spat out a small blood-red bell. She spat out a few mouthfuls of blood essence and tossed it out. Dang! The death knell shocked the world, shattering the great earth and annihilating the heavens. It quickly enlarged, the blood-colored bell turning all things into ashes. It was truly a death knell. It descended together with the heavenly demon umbrella, trapping Yifan within, wishing to refine him into a pool of blood. Blood energy was hazy, and ghosts wept and deities howled. It really is effective. Kill him. Everyone, we cannot cower back. This is the moment to kill this fiend. When the others saw this, they all cried out cruelly, their morale greatly boosted. Yifan frowned. This heavenly demon umbrella was a bit special. Apart from being a terrifying holy artifact, it also contained a strand of a powerful existence's soul. That was the head of a heavenly demon. It floated in the void, taller than a mountain peak. It was precisely this thing that posed a certain amount of threat to him, restricting this heaven and earth. Kill, we have to kill him. Even Hong Lu, who only had a head left, let out a shrill cry. She used the last of her divine force to summon the sky-flipping imprint that had cracks on it. It turned into a mountain and pressed down on Yifan. The magical artifacts were dazzling, all of them moving between heaven and earth. Auspicious energy was hazy, and murderous energy tore through the 9 heavens. A cold smile appeared on the corners of Lou Maple's lips. He joined hands with a few others, silently activating the forbidden artifact. They quickly rushed to the center of the battlefield, decisively making the holy artifact explode. Hong! This was a murderous calamity. All types of light covered the sun, all of them rushing over, leaving this place full of holes. It was ruined beyond recognition. Is he dead? Someone said with a trembling voice. In the distance, demonic might overflowed into the heavens. A large black umbrella over 10,000 zhang in height was actually seized by Yi Fan, and then he moved several hundred li through the air. Just now, the forbidden artifact's destructive light still couldn't hit him, only destroying an ancient land. Who is this? He single-handedly seized a fully revived holy artifact. There were a few people who were horrified to the point where their scalps went numb. He doesn't seem to have broken free from the restriction, and is still within the heavenly demon umbrella's range. Lou Maple's face was overcast as he said, "This is a heavenly demon void image sealed by a senior ancestor, forming a heavenly demon domain that temporarily restricted him. Everyone, quickly take action, kill him until his body and soul are completely wiped out." Kill. Everyone took action again. The middle-aged Taoist nun continuously spat out several mouthfuls of essence blood, activating the blood-colored death knell, shaking the rivers and mountains as it descended with holy might. The others also did the same, activating all types of secret treasures without any regard for the price. Flowing lights and overflowing color submerged that area. Wang. Behind Yi Fan, 5 precious swords appeared. This was the divine secret technique he obtained from the everlasting star domain. 5-colored divine radiance rushed into the heavens, brandishing about as it hacked towards the heavenly demon umbrella. It was as if there were 100,000 heavenly swords crying out at the same time, releasing clanging sounds. Even though the heavenly demon umbrella was an extremely strange divine artifact, it was hacked until cracks continuously appeared. Hong! The heavenly demon's head rushed up, opening its mouth and releasing a deafening roar, wanting to swallow Yi Fan up. However, within the blinding light, Yi Fan's 6 Dao reincarnation fist directly blasted him into pieces. Black-colored demonic blood dripped down, and then it turned into a cloud of smoke. What? Even the heavenly demon's void image was killed by him. The blue-clothed male's expression changed, turning around to flee. Dang! Yi Fan's fist struck the blood-colored bell, and cracks covered it densely. He then brandished his divine fist again, and after 9 strikes, the divine artifact and the sky-flipping imprint exploded together with it. The blood-colored fragments of the bell and the sky-flipping imprint flew in all directions. Miserable cries rang out one after another, and from time to time, there would be people who would be struck, their bones broken and muscles torn. Yi Fan was like a deity descending into the mortal world, sweeping through everything before him. He continuously took action, smashing several weapons into pieces, splitting mountains and splitting seas with boundless magical power. At this point, the battle was completely one-sided, and there was no longer any suspense. The middle-aged Taoist nun and the others were like stray dogs, fleeing for their lives. Some people didn't even care about their mounts, fleeing on their own. Longma slaughtered from behind, turning into a fiery cloud as he unleashed a great slaughter, becoming a king among beasts. Dao friend, we can sit down and have a chat, let's stop for now. Some people pleaded, scared to the point where their souls were about to leave their bodies. It was because they discovered that Yi Fan's speed was too fast, cutting off their path forward. Split up and escape. The middle-aged Taoist nun said through clenched teeth. Ah! Miserable cries rang out, and bloody light splashed in all directions. One of the people who had just left the group was directly beaten into a bloody paste by Yi Fan, dying on the spot. Only by staying together can we make him feel a bit of restraining fear. We can't split up, we have to withdraw from this training ground together. They lost confidence in their hearts. They didn't want to step onto the ancient training path of experts at all. As long as they could continue living, that was better than anything else. Yifan slowed down his speed, not too fast nor too slow. He killed them one after another, and now, there were less than 5 or 6 people left. There were a total of 23 experts, and when they worked together, they could kill ancient saints even without using forbidden artifacts. However, they were still beaten into such a miserable state by Yifan's people. Pooh! The blue-clothed male's eyes were sinister. He took out a small puppet that was half a foot long and spat out several dozen mouthfuls of essence blood. All of it sprinkled onto the puppet, appearing incomparably sinister. Blue Maple seemed to have lost most of his life, becoming extremely weak. It was clear that he had paid a painful price. He dipped his blood into the puppet's forehead and wrote the 2 words, Yifan. Then, he picked up a palm-sized small sword and fiercely hacked towards the puppet's forehead. At this moment, all of the fine hairs on Yifan's body stood on end. His forehead was in pain, as if a peerless weapon was about to stab into his skull. This was too sudden. Yifan's mind was shaken. At this moment, the treasures of the human body he had excavated during his 10 years of conquest were all opened up according to a type of instinct. Stars within the blood, divinity within the bones, Tao birth with a single thought, all of these things appeared. His forehead was shining, accompanied by a type of Tao chant. The void was cleaved open, and a type of indescribable danger was completely wiped out. Pooh! The blue-clothed male spat out large mouthfuls of blood. The puppet in his hand was turned to ashes, and the palm-sized small sword was even more so broken. His vitality was greatly injured. The middle-aged Taoist nun carried Hong Lu's head. Together with Blue Maple and the others, they were like stray dogs as they fled in fear. Their hair was disheveled and their bodies were covered in blood. I'm going to stake it all against you. She truly couldn't run anymore. The middle-aged Taoist nun's face was ashen. She activated her horsetail whisk, turning it into a heavenly river as it whipped forward. Yifan's expression was indifferent. His strength was powerful to the extreme. A palm slashed out, shattering the river of stars. Half of the middle-aged Taoist nun's body was blasted apart. She screamed shrilly and ran for her life again. Ah, bring me along. Hong Lu cried out in fear. Only her head was left, and its essence energy had dried up. It was tossed onto the ground by the middle-aged Taoist nun. She only had her head left, and she wanted to escape on her own. However, her speed was too slow. Pang! Yifan took a step forward and kicked outwards. The head was smashed into pieces, and a primordial spirit rushed out. It cried out in fear, "Don't kill me. As long as you leave me alive, I'll do anything." Pooh! Yifan's foot stomped down, and this primordial spirit instantly turned into ashes. It turned into soil beneath his foot, and it died cleanly. The 4 people in front of him were scared witless. They had never felt as much despair as they did today. In the past, they could move unhindered through a region, but now, they were being chased around like dogs to the point where there was no way out. We had eyes but failed to recognize the great emperor. You are a great and magnanimous person. Please don't lower yourself to our level and spare our lives. One of them collapsed and continuously begged for mercy. Stop. As long as you let us live, everything can be discussed. Blue Maple was also on the verge of collapse. His face was pale as he cried out. Didn't you say that I should kneel down and say that I am the killing saint? Then I would sever my own cultivation and beg for your forgiveness. Yifan's voice was cold. His finger was like a sword as it pressed forward. Ah! Blue Maple cried out miserably. His body broke apart inch by inch, turning into broken bones and a bloody mist. In the end, it extended to his head. His primordial spirit quickly rushed out from the top of his head, and his body turned into a pile of mush. Shio! A ray of sword light flew out from the tip of Yi Fan's finger, nailing the little person formed from the primordial spirit to death in the air. He was thoroughly dead. Yi Fan was like an immortal divine furnace. He emitted a torrential golden divine splendor. His entire person towered between heaven and earth, and he was even more terrifying than a god. The middle-aged Taoist nun and the other two were so frightened that their bodies spasmed. At this moment, what dignity! What the strongest trial! Everything had become nothingness. Yi Fan's finger was like a sword. His divine might was vast and mighty, and he was about to end the three's lives. Suddenly, 5 figures descended and blocked his path. Mountain Lord June had appeared. Fellow Taoist, please show mercy. Can you be magnanimous and let them live? He asked seriously. No. Yi Fan shook his head and decisively refused. Do you think that you are very strong? You even dare to refuse Mountain Lord June? Someone beside him said coldly. Yi Fan glanced at him coldly and ignored him. His finger was like a sword as he pointed at the middle-aged Taoist nun and the others in front of him. Chapter 1252. The middle-aged Taoist nun was trembling. Seeing Yi Fan raise his finger, she almost screamed out loud. The other two were even more convulsing as a layer of cold sweat appeared on their bodies. Even with the profound Junwei Mountain Lord blocking in front of them, they were still terrified and their blood ran cold. The hellish experience was still fresh in their minds, causing them to feel fear both physically and mentally. Taoist brother, you scared them badly. Such pitiful people, what harm is there in letting them live? Junwei Mountain Lord said. You see how pitiful they are now, but did you see their vicious faces not long ago? They were vicious and merciless, vowing not to rest until I was eliminated. I was only defending myself and retaliating, Yi Fan said. We were wrong, Great Emperor Yi, please spare our lives. One of the 3 men broke down and shouted loudly. Tears and snot flowed down his face. He no longer looked like an expert. Great Emperor. He has just stepped into the training field and you guys already think he can walk on the Emperor's road. What a joke. A person beside Junwei Mountain Lord sneered. Junwei Mountain Lord, save us. Another person hurriedly asked for help as if he was grasping at a life-saving straw. Taoist brother, I owe you a favor. How about you forgive them this once? Junwei Mountain Lord said while looking at Yi Fan. His figure was slender and strong. He wore a purple crown on his head and a Qilin robe. He had a pair of purple eyes and his hair was like a waterfall. He could be considered heroic as if a heavenly king had descended. Purple light flowed within his eyes as he opened and closed them. His body possessed the aura of an ancient emperor and was extremely extraordinary. Every movement he made was in harmony with the mysteries of heaven and earth. Even when he stood there casually, his image was dignified and carried an unquestionable aura that intimidated everyone. This was definitely an expert. Moreover, he was an extremely powerful and terrifying character that few could compare to. There was a special emperor's aura about him. No. Yi Fan was very resolute and only used 2 words to refuse. The middle-aged Taoist nun was forcing him like this and inciting the heroes to surround and kill him. How could he let her go? There must be a limit to benevolence and not everyone. Letting a sinister person go was the same as cutting himself with a knife. You really don't know when to back off. Mount Junwei advised you with kind words but you didn't appreciate it. Do you really think you're invincible under the heavens? The person who spoke earlier coldly spoke again. I'm killing my enemy. What does that have to do with you? You're trying to stop me, yet you still want me to be grateful. What a joke. Yi Fan ignored him and looked straight at Mount Junwei. Sigh, fellow Daoist, there's no need to bicker with him. It's just that I have some dealings with that female Daoist. That's why I can't bear to see her lose her life, Mount Junwei said. He still wanted to save her life. If that's the case, then I've interacted with her even more. Now that I've been besieged by her, I definitely can't let her go like this. Yi Fan said. Behind them, the faces of the middle-aged Daoist nun and the other two were completely pale, without the slightest trace of blood. Their lives were at the mercy of the two people in front of them, and they were all extremely nervous. Dao brother, are you really not willing to let them go? Mount Junwei Mountain Lord asked with a solemn expression. There's no room for discussion. Yi Fan said solemnly. Mount Junwei Mountain Lord spoke kindly to you, yet you repeatedly refused. You don't know what's good for you. One of the four people beside Mount Junwei Mountain Lord spoke with an ice-cold tone. Are these your servants or your servants? Please tell them to behave themselves. Yi Fan said to Mount Junwei Mountain Lord. These are my fellow Daoists. They're not my servants. Mount Junwei Mountain Lord showed a displeased expression. How dare you? Do you think you have boundless divine valor? In front of Mount Junwei Mountain Lord, you're nothing. One of them reprimanded and stepped forward aggressively. Yi Fan's face darkened. If you bark at me again, I'll kill you. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere suddenly turned cold. The atmosphere became incomparably tense. The faces of the four people beside Mount Junwei Mountain Lord changed, and they were about to rebuke him. Mount Junwei Mountain Lord, he has a speed that surpasses that of a saint. I suspect that he has a forbidden secret technique that can evolve into the #1 immortal speed in the universe. It might be of great use to you. The middle-aged nun shouted. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes as she stared at Yi Fan. A pitiful person must have a hateful side. Can you see that, Mount Junwei Mountain Lord? Even now, she still wants to borrow your power to eliminate me, Yi Fan said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he left behind an afterimage as he broke through Mount Junwei Mountain Lord's defense to kill the three people. Behind him, the four people who came with Mount Junwei Mountain Lord sneered. They took action together, summoning a palace and sucking the three people inside. The sparkling and translucent palace shrunk to the size of a fist and fell into the palm of one of them. It was sparkling and sparkling, flowing with holy splendor. We have given you enough face, but you don't know when to back off. Don't make a mistake. One of them warned solemnly. Is this your decision? Yi Fan asked Mount Junwei Mountain Lord coldly. I really want to save them, Mount Junwei Mountain Lord said. It was only a few words, but they expressed his attitude. His murderous aura pervaded the air. Then I have no choice but to start a massacre. No matter who it is, if they stand in my way, I will kill them all. Yi Fan said in a deep voice. Impudent. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to Mount Junwei Mountain Lord like that? If you don't give us a reason, we will kill you immediately. One of them shouted. Don't compare us with those from the small worlds or the dried heaven regions. We come from the real ancient star region. We won't tolerate your impudence. Yi Fan's expression turned cold. They had obviously come here with a premeditated plan. They wanted to find a reason to attack. Otherwise, why would they be so overbearing? I said, if you bark like a dog again, I will kill you all. Yi Fan said coldly. Several cold snorts came out. The four of them stood in different directions and formed the four symbols ancient sacred formation to suppress him. Fellow cultivator, if you don't let go, then I have no choice but to offend you. I just want to save a life. Why are you so cold-blooded? At this time, Mount Junwei Mountain Lord said with a hint of coldness. Yi Fan knew that these people couldn't have just entered the trial field. Since they didn't save Lu Feng, Hong Lu, and the others, helping the middle-aged nun was just a pretense. It wasn't their real intention. Hypocrites. Yi Fan sneered. You don't know how to make a choice. You don't listen to my kind advice. Do you want to beat me until you are convinced? Forcing us to take action, one of them reprimanded. Pow! At this moment, Yi Fan moved. His speed was extremely fast. He turned into a ray of lightning and appeared beside that person. He slapped out with his palm. Golden light flowed and a crisp sound was heard. Yi Fan's speed was too shocking. The four symbols' ancient sacred formation had a flaw and couldn't stop him. He slapped out and sent that person flying. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. Half of that person's face was sent flying. He was dripping with blood and his chin was missing. He slammed into a stone wall in the distance and created a loud rumble. Dust flew everywhere. Hundreds of ancient trees were broken. A human-shaped hole appeared on the stone mountain. The scene immediately quieted down. After a long while, that person crawled out in hatred. He was missing his lower jaw. His entire face was distorted and dripping with blood. It was incomparably frightening. His throat let out a beast-like roar. Courting death. Yi Fan said calmly. Although he didn't take this person's life, such a slap was not much better than killing him. The others all paled. They never thought that Yi Fan would be so terrifying. He was much stronger than they had expected. Brother Yi, you are forcing me to fight with you. Mountain Lord Jun's face sank. I am killing an enemy and you come to stop me. You want me to appreciate your kindness. If I don't retreat, then I will force you to take action. What a strong reasoning. Yi Fan's body was suffused with killing intent. He walked forward step by step and faced these people. I will kill whoever blocks me. This was an invincible domineering aura. His words were sonorous and intimidating. He wasn't joking at all. He walked straight towards a person. That person was holding a fist-sized palace in his hand. It was sparkling and translucent, and one could see the middle-aged Taoist nun and the two others inside. Then I can only take action. Mountain Lord Jun shouted out loud. Primal chaos astral energy surged and the primal chaos laws appeared. It was as if the heavens and earth were being split apart as he punched out. Bang, bang, after 10 consecutive strikes, the world shook violently. Mountains and rivers turned to ashes, mountains turned to smoke, and the desolate mountain range was flattened. 4 great rivers and dozens of giant lakes were evaporated. This was a terrifying battle that left even Yi Fan apprehensive. It had to be said that Mountain Lord Jun was extremely terrifying. He was actually able to fight him head-on. 10 years of conquest, 10 years of bloody battles. This was one of the most terrifying opponents Yi Fan had ever encountered. He was indeed worthy of coming from a true ancient star field. This was an invincible powerhouse. After the 10 most ferocious strikes, Mountain Lord Jun didn't even look back. He turned around and left. Primal chaos light curled around his body as he brought the other 4 into the distance. Soon, the primal chaos energy turned into a river of light that carried them hundreds of miles away. In a flash, they disappeared into the depths of the devastated earth. Yi Fan was filled with killing intent. He unhurriedly chased after them. This place was close to the 37th region. Mountain Lord Jun and the other 4 disappeared in a flash. They crossed the boundary and went deeper. Yi Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. He pondered for a moment but didn't follow immediately. He was waiting for Longma to cross the boundary and kill the enemy together. Finally, a long neigh was heard. Longma appeared. His whole body was covered in flames. He had dealt with all the mounts and killed his way to this place. What happened just now? The whole world seemed like it was going to flip over. Longma was suspicious. We met an extremely powerful enemy. He came from an ancient star field and not a small divine world, said Yifan. Not long after, one man and one horse entered the 37th region. This region was similarly vast. The mountains were deep and serene. Ancient trees towered into the sky. Ape cries and tiger roars could be heard. The deeper they went, the greater the pressure on their bodies. In the end, it was as if they were carrying a huge mountain on their backs. Shackles weighing 1,000,000 jin took form. Blood-colored shackles appeared on Yifan and Longma's hands and feet. They were flowing with a sparkling luster and were as heavy as the heavens. If an ordinary cultivator was shackled, they would definitely have their bones broken and their flesh turned into mud. Even those who had walked the path of the strongest trial would not be able to withstand it. This was a powerful shackle. However, Yifan and Longma didn't care. They treated it as a kind of training and went deeper into the 37th region in search of Mountain Lord June and the others. They walked into the depths of a mountain range. A desolate aura assaulted their senses. Strange beasts ran amok and wild birds screamed in the sky. At the same time, there was a wave of hostility. There was an open land in front of them. Mountain Lord June and the others stood side by side and looked at them coldly. Their bodies were also covered in blood-colored shackles that flickered with a terrifying luster. Why aren't you running anymore? Longma taunted. We've never run. We've only retreated to this place. We've chosen a good cemetery to kill you all, one of them said coldly. Yifan's gaze was like a sword. He swept over them and finally revealed a wisp of killing intent as he strode forward. Let me. Longma couldn't wait. Although he was wearing shackles that weighed millions of kilograms and was as heavy as a mountain, greatly affecting his movements, he still turned into a beam of flame and displayed extraordinary speed. Chi! Two people moved at the same time. Their movements were even faster and they dodged Longma's giant hoof. Lightning flashed and thunder roared as laws interweaved. They activated their saint artifacts and directly attacked. Longma was shocked and rapidly retreated. He was actually almost suppressed by the other party's speed. He was deeply surprised and muttered to himself, do they also learn the row formula? Yifan shook his head and said, this is their main battlefield. The shackles on their bodies are fake. What? Longma was shocked. They were originally in the 37th region. They entered the 36th region just now to lure us over. They used a secret technique to conceal themselves, Yifan said. Sinister and vicious. Longma gritted his teeth. That's right, we entered from the entrance of the 37th region and used the magnetism secret technique to disguise ourselves. We entered the 36th region to lure you over. Do you really think we were inferior to you just now? The cultivator whose jaw had been slapped off by Yifan healed his injured body and said coldly and sinisterly with a tinge of hatred. Strands of chaotic chi appeared on Mount Junwei Mountain Lord's body. He was even stronger than before as he stood there like a reincarnated divine king. His purple eyes were like lightning. I originally wanted to cross realms to cultivate. The 1,000,000-kilogram shackles are a kind of training for me. It couldn't be better with them. Yifan was very domineering and didn't treat the shackles as a burden. He attacked with all his might at this moment. Boom! Behind him, the golden divine treasure appeared. It was a golden world. Dao bells, heaven pagodas, immortal swords, ancient mirrors, and so on were all golden. They were dazzling and flew out together to attack indiscriminately. The people in front were shocked and defended with all their might. All kinds of magical artifacts were unleashed, and there was even a saint artifact that was completely resurrected to suppress them. Chang! Within the golden treasury, there were 10s to 100 golden divine weapons. All of them were dazzling as if they were forged from Tao Calamity gold. They were incomparably terrifying. These weapons shot out in unison, and all of them hacked at a jade palace. This was naturally a saint artifact, but it broke into pieces on the spot. It couldn't withstand the attack of this secret technique and was destroyed here. Ah! The owner of the palace felt heartache, but he couldn't change this reality. This was a rare treasure, but it couldn't resist the ancient emperor's forbidden technique. It was destroyed here and became useless. The middle-aged Taoist nun and 2 others all fell to the ground. Their faces were pale as they escaped from the shattered Saint Artifact Palace. Their bodies were trembling, and there wasn't a trace of color on their faces. They were terrified to the extreme and knew that a great disaster was about to befall them. Now, there really was nowhere to hide. There was no road to heaven and no door to the earth. They were chased like dogs. They originally thought that they could escape this disaster after encountering Mount Junwei Mountain Lord, but now, it seemed that they still couldn't escape death. The person in front of them was too powerful. He crossed realms to kill them, but he was still like a demonic god with an unrivaled momentum. Before the real battle begins, I'll get rid of you guys first, Yi Fan said coldly. No! The middle-aged Taoist nun cried out in terror. The other 2 directly went limp on the ground. Stop! Mount Junwei Mountain Lord wanted to stop them, and he rushed forward with a majestic gait. Pfft! The golden divine treasure behind Yi Fan shone even more brilliantly, and dozens of golden magical artifacts flew out. In a split second, the middle-aged Taoist nun and the other 2 were chopped into a bloody pulp, and their primordial spirits were all destroyed. If I want to kill you guys, no one can save you. Yi Fan's ice-cold words reverberated in the mountain range. He revealed his powerful self-confidence. Even if a god came, he would kill them. Chapter 1253. The depths of the mountain range quietened down. Even the birds and beasts sensed the danger. They all lay dormant, not daring to make a sound. On the ground was a pile of flesh and broken bones. The middle-aged nun and the other 2 had been thoroughly killed by the golden artifact. From then on, they had to bid farewell to the strongest cultivators. The golden world behind Yi Fan disappeared. He stood there quietly without any surging energy to confront the people in front of him. If you kill them, don't even think about living. A person standing behind Mount Junwei smirked, revealing a hint of ridicule. The road is for you to walk on. If you rush to your death, no one can stop you even if they want to. The man whose jaw had been smashed by Yi Fan sneered. Mount Junwei stopped in front of them. He had the posture of a dragon and tiger. His body was strong and his hair was thick. He looked heroic and majestic. He was enveloped in a layer of purple halo. He was like a divine king from the heavenly realm. He was incomparably dignified. When he opened and closed his eyes, the entire mountain range seemed to be torn apart by cold lightning. It seems like the battle between us is unavoidable, Mount Junwei said. His voice was dignified like an emperor. The purple crown on his head sprinkled down strands of imperial immortal energy. Why the pretense? Didn't you all want to lure me here for a battle? Yi Fan sneered. You're wrong. You overestimate yourself. What battle? We just want to torture you to death. Another person beside him spoke. His voice was cold and carried a hint of arrogance. With just the 4 of you. Yi Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. We were only pretending to be weak before. Now, we'll let you understand what a supreme mysterious art is and what it means to be unrivaled. Another person said coldly. Let me fight against him, Mount Junwei said. There's no need for Brother Junwei to fight. The 4 of us are enough. He won't have the chance to ask for guidance from you. Another person stopped Mount Junwei and looked at Yi Fan with a hint of mockery. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. He looked at Mountain Lord Junwei coldly and said, "Do you dare to fight? Did you not hear what we said? Today, we will kill you and let you understand the vastness of the universe and the elegance of experts." One of them said indifferently. "This one has had enough. All of you, come over and accept your heads." The scales on Longma's entire body flickered, scarlet multicolored light winding about his body. King Chang's sounds rang out as killing intent erupted. Yi Fan waved his hand and had it step back. After carefully sensing them, he discovered a truth. These 4 people were far from being as frivolous and unbearable as they seemed on the surface. They were truly powerful. This was especially the case when they stood in 4 different directions, as if they were abiding by some sort of eternal and unchanging law. They seemed casual, yet were actually profound and unfathomable. They were definitely not simple individuals. In fact, Yi Fan sensed a dangerous aura. These 4 people might be even more difficult to deal with than Mount Junwei. Their frivolous behavior was most likely a facade. "There won't be any suspense in killing you today," one of them provoked, his eyes sinister. Boom! Yi Fan suddenly moved and unleashed a swift and fierce attack. He turned into a blazing golden bolt of lightning and charged at one of them. He had chosen the person from not long ago. Paw! It was another solid slap to the face. Yi Fan's strength was so great that it was enough to turn a mountain range into flying ashes. However, this person was only sent flying. He was dripping with blood and his jaw was shattered. His body and soul were not completely destroyed. Roar! This person was furious. Half of his face had been smashed by Yi Fan back in the 36th region. Now, it was like this again, leaving him in an extremely sorry state. "Shameless thing, I'm slapping your face," Longma shouted from the side. Yi Fan frowned. Although he had smashed this person's jaw, his golden battle force had been dissolved and entered the other party's body. What kind of mysterious technique was this? It could completely dissolve the power of an attack. It was truly a bit strange. Clang! The 4 of them moved at the same time. Each of them shone as if there was a field of magnetic lightning fluttering about. Each of them was covered in a hazy mist. At this moment, the 4 of them seemed to have condensed together and could share their lives. The injured person immediately recovered and stopped bleeding. At the same time, Yi Fan's golden battle force appeared on the 4 of them. It condensed into 4 strands and turned into 4 sharp swords that flew out and slashed at him. Clang, clang, an ear-piercing sound rang out. Yi Fan quickly resisted and his heart jumped. He had encountered his own force, and this was a backlash from the other party. For Symbol's ancient saint formation. Yi Fan's eyes trembled. This was a strange formation. It wasn't set up on the ground but used 4 people as the formation flags. It was a human body living formation, mysterious and unfathomable. The 4 of them were definitely not mediocre. At this moment, they had set up the formation together and evolved an ancient murderous aura that could seize the fortune of heaven and earth. It was boundlessly terrifying. Yi Fan fought a great battle with them. Wondrous techniques were unceasing and golden blood chi filled the sky. However, the other party swallowed all of it and then reappeared to attack him. The Tai Chi gave birth to the Yin and Yang, and the Yin and Yang gave birth to the 4 divisions. The 4 divisions evolved into the 8 trigrams, and they evolved into the 4 symbols formation diagram. They could call the wind and summon the rain, arranging a small world of gods and devils. Yi Fan's expression was solemn. Apart from fighting against the 4 experts, he still had to resist this kind of formation. He couldn't afford to underestimate it. Using people as the formation flags was very different from ordinary formations. It was very difficult to break. Yi Fan's body was shackled with a million gene. He used the aspect formula to attack and wear down the influence of the supreme formation diagram. Finally, he slowly broke away from the predicament of fighting against his own force. Kill! Yi Fan shouted. An ancient mirror floated above his head and shone with immortal splendor. He used the Battle Saint technique to evolve the Void Mirror and wanted to use the divine light from the mirror to kill one of them. Pfft! This was a peerlessly sharp attack. One of them was pierced through and was dripping with blood. However, a dusky mist appeared around his body. The four of them shared the same life and quickly helped him recover. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. However, no matter how great your divine abilities are, you still have to die. Divine Spirit, revive. Formation diagram, materialize. The four of them shouted. Above their heads, an indistinct Tao diagram appeared. Then, it flourished with brilliance and rushed out from the top of their heads to form a true entity. Formation diagram. It wasn't formed from interweaving light. This was a true four-sided formation diagram. It combined in the void and turned into a crescent moon as it hacked towards Yi Fan. This made his expression change. The Black Emperor had said before that once an ancient divine formation formed its own true formation diagram, its power would be dozens of times more terrifying. No wonder the four of them were so confident and conceited. They actually grasped an ancient formation diagram and not just a simple great formation. Shang! 5-colored divine light rushed out from behind Yi Fan. 5 precious swords slashed out in rotation, all of them cutting towards this treasure diagram and releasing an ear-piercing sound. The four of them were shocked. Their bodies continuously trembled. That ancient diagram was scattered once again, splitting into 4 corners and returning to above their heads. Activate your essence blood and use the formation diagram to kill him. One of them spat out a mouthful of essence blood, making that corner of the formation diagram seem as if it had life. It breathed on its own and swallowed heaven and earth's spiritual essence. The other 3 did as they were told. The ancient formation diagram merged again and hacked towards Yi Fan. It could obliterate all methods in this world and even remove traces of the great Tao. Hong! This time, Yi Fan directly activated the 6 Tao Reincarnation's fist. It was ferocious and domineering, valiant and unrivaled under the heavens. Golden blood energy surged like a tsunami and there were even more great golden waves that overflowed into the heavens. They scattered the clouds as if they were going to strike down the heavens. Gotcha sounds rang through the air. It was extremely ear-piercing. This terrifying formation diagram was sent flying again and split into 4 corners. The 4 great experts all spat out a mouthful of essence blood. Their bodies staggered and their faces became ashen. They each held a corner of the formation diagram and carefully observed it. They discovered that there were several fine cracks on its surface. This was definitely a terrifying matter. Just how powerful was the other party's attack power? It actually cracked the supreme formation diagram a little. If it took a few more hits, it might be destroyed. Yi Fan was neither happy nor worried. His heart was calm. He believed that the 4 of them together were not weaker than Mount Junwei. Their previous performance was just a facade. Origin magnetic forbidden technique, kill. One of them roared. Dusky mist appeared on their bodies again. This was a strange power. Streaks of terrifying demonic light pierced through the heaven and earth to strangle Yi Fan. Yi Fan brandished his fists and fiercely resisted. Deafening ting-chiang sounds rang through the air as he collided with every streak of origin magnetic divine radiance. Any strand of aura that leaked out could destroy a mountain ridge. It was incomparably terrifying. This was definitely a forbidden secret technique. The divine might was extremely great. When the 4 of them used it at the same time, even imperial princes would be moved. Yi Fan's heart was moved. This was a supreme wondrous technique. In the hands of these 4 people, it truly made one sigh in admiration. The origin magnetic force was not part of the 5 elements. When it came to killing enemies, it would appear and disappear unpredictably. Clang clang, a terrifying sound rang out. It was as if Yifan was colliding with millions of heavenly swords. His entire body was enveloped by origin magnetic immortal light that could obliterate all kinds of great Tao attacks. The 4 symbols formation appeared again. Every corner of the formation diagram became one with its owner and fused together to protect their bodies. Meanwhile, they let go of their hands and feet, each turning into a streak of origin magnetic immortal light. They were like 4 human-shaped bolts of lightning as they weaved about and attacked. They could fight against Yifan head-on. This definitely exceeded the imagination of the people of the world. Their strength was not something ordinary people could understand. This was the wondrous effect of the supreme divine technique, allowing them to seize the initiative. Of course, every time Yifan brandished the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, it would make them suffer greatly. There were several times when their immortal light dimmed. They revealed their true bodies and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Mount Junwei has come to help us. This person is too powerful. One of them finally couldn't take it anymore. He was injured several times and his body almost shattered. Boom! Yifan waved his fist. Wind and thunder roared, the mountains and rivers lost their color, and the sun and moon lost their light. He punched through one of them, breaking all the bones in his body and shattering half of his body. Then, the other 3 transformed into human forms of origin magnetic immortal light rushed over and instantly healed this person's wounded body. They were connected in life and death. What a powerful secret technique! Yifan muttered to himself. Dong! The 5-colored divine light merged into one. The 5 swords behind Yifan turned into a Tao sword and slashed at the 4 symbols formation diagram that had fused together again. The 4 of them spat out blood and were sent flying. The formation diagram separated again. Everyone's face was pale and filled with disbelief. How could one person be so powerful? Fighting them alone, not even the supreme formation diagram or the forbidden secret technique could stop him. Boom! Mount Junwei's attack was accompanied by a monstrous divine might. A large hand covered the sky. This was the famous world in the palm. He wanted to melt Yifan into the palm. However, what awaited him was a large golden foot. Yifan stomped down fiercely and almost shattered the hand. With a loud rumble, the foot was withdrawn. Yifan forcefully broke through the technique. He stepped out of the world in the palm and confronted Mount Junwei. Chapter 1254. Mountain Lord Jun wore a purple gold crown on his head and a Qilin battle robe. His immortal aura was dense, and 2 sharp beams shot out from his eyes. Boom! The 2 beams enlarged rapidly and actually overflowed like a flood. The purple cloud surged and submerged Yifan like a river of stars. The great battle began and erupted in an instant. This was a strange eye technique. Mountain Lord Jun's eyes were very special and terrifying. They released an aura that could behead sages and slay saints. Until the end of time, when the seas run dry and the rocks decay, 10,000 years pass in a blink of an eye. Demonic words were transmitted. Mountain Lord Jun's hair danced chaotically and his eyes became the source of the purple light. His entire body was majestic and tall as he stood tall in the sky. Rumbling sounds rang out incessantly. Yifan seemed to have been invaded by the power of time. A terrifying aura filled the air and continuously cut down his lifespan. It was as if thousands of years of his life force had been taken away in a single breath. The power of time. How is this possible? Longmo was shocked. Time was a strange substance. Because of its existence, no one could live forever. Very few could touch upon this domain. Yet, Mount Junwei Mountain Lord actually used this kind of forbidden power. It left everyone horrified. Who could resist against time? Even if one was a great sage, he would still pass away in the river of time. Yi Fan's heart was pounding. The dense purple qi and the surging multicolored light all slashed at his body. It made him feel as if he was about to age 10,000 years. Boom! The golden sacred domain opened up and he moved his body. A golden taiji circle appeared and his body turned into the shape of a dragon. The power of extreme yin and extreme yang circulated, forming 2 points of balance. With a dragon's roar, Yi Fan rushed up with the golden circle. This was his divine form. He turned into an immortal light and collided with Mountain Lord June. A series of explosions rang out. Over 100 attacks were exchanged. The two attacked extremely quickly and in the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged hundreds of attacks. The purple light was scattered. Yi Fan retreated. The feeling of his lifespan being taken away by time disappeared and everything returned to normal. He revealed a cold smile. This wasn't the energy of time, but a type of strange divine energy that could corrode the wheel of life. It was soundless and undetectable, causing others to be affected unknowingly. However, it didn't have much of an effect on him. His saint body's blood energy was vigorous, and he immediately expelled it, blocking it outside and resolving this dangerous situation. He couldn't help but admit that those who walked on the ancient starry sky path all had their own unique points. At the very least, many of their secret techniques were unheard of and extremely rare. In the showdown between heroes, the supreme experts would emerge from the entire cosmos. After experiencing the baptism of endless trials and battles, this should be one of the essential factors for attaining the Tao and becoming an emperor. I'm really unhappy today. Can I only watch from the sidelines? Longmo was dissatisfied, but he didn't act on his own. He stood in the distance and watched the battle. The Lord of Mount Junwei stood tall in the sky like a towering mountain. He stared at Yi Fan for a long time before letting out a long sigh. Then, he unleashed an even more terrifying attack. All types of divine light danced about. They were all wondrous techniques, and any one of them could make immortals weep. If it wasn't for the ancient formation sealing the training grounds, it would have definitely collapsed. Boom! All the mountains within 1,000 miles were uprooted like rice straws and smashed into the vaster depths of the mountain range. Some of them directly exploded in the sky. The Lord of Mount Junwei's every movement was in harmony with the heaven and earth. He was wielding the power of the great Tao. Purple light coiled around his body like a soaring dragon. 6 divinity slash. 6 divine blades suddenly appeared in front of the Lord of Mount Junwei. Each of them was tens of thousands of meters long. They were as dazzling as mountain ranges and clusters of stars. At the same time, an ancient murderous aura spread out from the 6 divine blades. It was as if 6 gods had come back to life. Kill! The Lord of Mount Junwei lightly shouted. The 6 divine blades carried the power to cleave the sun, moon, and stars as they slashed toward Yi Fan one after the other, destroying the heaven and earth. Roar! Yi Fan let out a long roar. His golden blood energy swept across thousands of miles like a tsunami. He was like a demonic god rampaging between the heaven and earth. This was an earth-shattering battle. The divine blades danced and the astral wind split the sky. Yi Fan and the Lord of Mount Junwei turned into 2 beams of lightning as they tangled together and fought fiercely. 10 moves, 50 moves, 100 moves. There weren't many who could exchange more than 100 moves with Yi Fan. But today, the Lord of Mount Junwei was actually able to do so. He was truly a rare expert. Screech! Yi Fan shattered the blade radiance with a kick and soared into the sky. The swastika heavenly sound rumbled like thunder. It was like a terrifying wave that could disintegrate a star domain. All the divine blades were destroyed, and the mountains and rivers were turned to ashes. The battlefield was completely bare. The Lord of Mount Junwei's hair danced in the wind. The rays of light shot out from his eyes were bone-piercingly cold. He attacked repeatedly and fought fiercely against Yifan. His blood essence boiled as a pillar of blood rushed out from the top of his head like a real dragon. It was a terrifying scene. Yifan was fearless. He used the battle saint technique to fight the strong and use violence to counter violence. This was a wild battle. The two fought until the stars and moon lost their luster. Kacha! The violet gold crown on the Lord of Mount Junwei's head exploded. His hair was disheveled, and he was like a demonic god. He was not inferior to Yifan. He fought until the mountains collapsed and the seas roared, shaking the training field. The intense battle between the two caused the four people in the distance to feel a chill. The Tao, the origin of all things, the beginning of the universe. Since ancient times, everything has been within the Tao. The Lord of Mount Junwei shouted. When he had retreated far enough, he sat cross-legged in the void. His entire body emitted waves of purple qi, and his appearance was dignified. Suddenly, a little purple person rushed out from his forehead. It was clad in battle armor and had an awe-inspiring divine aura. It was exactly the same as him and held a violet gold halberd in its hand. It looked divine and terrifying. Primordial spirit weapon. Yifan was astonished. That amethyst battle armor and halberd were forged for the primordial spirit. They possessed special divine abilities that specialized in killing primordial spirits. Swish! That little purple person rushed over. When its eyes opened and closed, it was incomparably frightening. The violet gold halberd in its hand emitted a fluctuation that could shatter a primordial spirit. Its speed had exceeded a limit. Yifan revealed a strange expression. The divine ability cultivated by the Lord of Mount Junwei was somewhat similar to his own. It ignored physical distance and instantly pounced on the primordial spirit of others. At this moment, a divine light flashed in front of Yifan's forehead. A little golden person rushed out. There was a myriad qi cauldron above its head, and it held a deity striking whip in its hand. Clang, clang. The two fist-sized people, one gold and one purple, were even more blazing and swift than lightning. They continuously collided, emitting dazzling light and incomparably terrifying fluctuations. A few ferocious birds and ferocious beasts 1,000 miles away couldn't withstand the pressure, and their primordial spirits directly collapsed. This was a strange ripple with astonishing destructive power. In the back, the four experts with the origin magnetic immortal light turned pale. They raised the formation diagram and turned into the origin magnetic body. Only then did they barely manage to block the terrifying divine waves. Clang! In the fierce battle, the battle halberd in the hand of the little purple person was broken into 3 parts by Yifan's battle saint technique. At the same time, the deity striking whip in his hand smashed a piece of its armor. Boom! A torrential purple light surged as the primordial spirit of Mount Junwei fled. The little golden person was in hot pursuit, wanting to kill him once and for all. A powerful saint artifact blocked the way, buying time for the little purple person to return to its body and retreat to a safe distance. Yifan's primordial spirit was blocked, so he no longer pursued. He returned to his physical body at the first moment. His blood energy surged into the sky as he retreated to the 37th zone. Primal chaos. Mount Junwei's expression was grave and stern. He only shouted these 2 words. Suddenly, a misty fog flowed around him and the primal chaos surged out. He had grasped a portion of the primal chaos law, which was extremely terrifying. This involved the power of creation. He could mobilize the power of the entire world for his own use to suppress Yifan. Break! Yifan's entire body erupted with brilliance. Ancient stars flowed within the blood within his body, his bone marrow containing streaks of stellar streams. It was as if he had turned into a deity, every inch of his flesh a treasure trove. Right now, it was completely opened. Mount Junwei attacked with the power of creation, while Yi Fan opened the doors in his body, channeling the power of creation into the treasure trove. The two blended together to form a terrifying balance. Mount Junwei released his power to his heart's content. He wanted to destroy Yi Fan with his terrifying laws and divine abilities. However, that place was like a bottomless pit that couldn't be filled no matter what. Ah! Mount Junwei spurted out blood. He couldn't bear this kind of consumption. Yi Fan coldly said, "You can open a small piece of heaven and earth. I can naturally refine a small part of the universe. I'll borrow your divine abilities to refine my indestructible body." Boom! Mount Junwei was sent flying. His body was covered in blood. The two fought for 800 rounds before he was finally defeated and gravely injured. "Let's go together and kill him." The four behind saw this and rushed forward at the same time. The formation appeared again, an immortal magnetic light shot out in a merciless sweep. Longmo wanted to go forward but was stopped by Yi Fan. He fought the five alone, and the more he fought, the more valiant he became. He first cut open the incomplete primal chaos laws, and then he swept through the four. Kill! At this moment, Mountain Lord Jun also used all of his divine force, doing everything he could to kill Yi Fan. He attacked unscrupulously. He held the violet shield in his left hand and the divine blood spear in his right. Both were saint weapons. His body's potential was ignited, and his blood energy surged to the sun and moon, drowning out the land. The four behind him formed a formation and also used forbidden weapons. Every one of their essence blood rushed to the heavens, and they fought with all their might to obliterate Yi Fan. This was a clash of the strongest. It was a battle of blood and fire. The shackles on Yi Fan's hands and feet clanked. They weighed 1,000,000 pounds, and it would indeed affect his fighting ability when fighting against a great enemy. However, his body was tyrannical to the extreme, and he was invincible. He slowly forgot about it. Kill! Both sides roared and shattered the sky. Every strike could break mountains and rivers for thousands of miles. Roar! Yi Fan let out a long roar, and his golden battle aura submerged one of them. His fist passed through, and that person let out an unwilling roar before exploding into a bloody mess. Ah! The other three's eyes were red as they madly attacked. They fought with all their might against Yi Fan. Blood splashed everywhere, showing the cruelty and tragedy. Mount Junwei's hair was disheveled, and he had long lost his calm. He angrily roared and stabbed forward with the divine blood spear. At this moment, Yi Fan struck out with a shocking fist. It was extremely stunning. The golden fist pierced through the purple shield in Mount Junwei's left hand and broke it into pieces. A powerful force spread out. Not only was Mount Junwei's left arm broken, but even the left half of his body was convulsing. It was unknown how many bones were broken. And the most shocking thing was that Yi Fan snatched the divine blood spear and used both his arms to break it. With two popping sounds, he threw the broken spear away. Two people in the back screamed and fell into a pool of blood. Both of their foreheads had been pierced through, and blood splattered everywhere. They died a violent death. Yi Fan swept through the enemies and waved the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Mount Junwei exchanged dozens of blows with him, and finally, he could not hold on any longer. His arms broke inch by inch, and the lower half of his body was smashed. The upper half of his body flew out and fell into a pool of blood. Yi Fan was like a demonic god as he stepped on the blood and bones of his enemies. Chapter 1255. The indestructible golden body from the Emperor Burial Star. Mount Lord Jun spat out a mouthful of blood. Only the upper half of his body remained in the pool of blood. Yi Fan's eyes flickered. The other party knew many secrets. It was necessary to explore his sea of consciousness to get to the bottom of it. Shio! Not far away, a figure rushed up, wanting to escape. It was the only survivor of the four beasts formation who hadn't been pierced by the spear. Yi Fan didn't even turn his head. A golden blood bead appeared on his fingertip. The moment he flicked it out, the heavens and the earth split apart. Many demonic phantoms appeared, lingering around the blood bead and piercing through the person's body. Ah! He let out a blood-curdling scream. His body seemed to have been hit by a mountain. His flesh was badly mutilated, and only his head remained. Just as his primordial spirit was about to rush up, Longma stepped forward. A large hoof landed on it, ready to trample it at any moment. The Emperor Burial Star, you really came from there. It's the indestructible golden body. Who would have thought that after 100,000 years of silence, your physique would appear again? Mount Lord June revealed a surprised expression. You know quite a lot. Tell me everything you know. Don't wait for me to search your sea of consciousness, said Yi Fan. I admit that you're very strong, but you're not invincible on this path. There will be people who will kill you in the future. Mount Lord June laughed hysterically. He was incomparably sad. Today, he had been completely defeated. He no longer had any hope of fighting for supremacy on the Emperor's path. Is that so? Who are those people? Yi Fan asked indifferently. There are many people who have more than one enemy. Even the indestructible golden body can't laugh proudly until the end. You're only one of the witnesses of a legend. You're not a supreme being. Mount Junwei laughed heartily, but his face was covered with tears. Witness a legend. Yi Fan said coldly. The glory of the legendary era will reappear. Even the powerful indestructible golden body will become a green leaf. The physique that was inferred and hypothesized in the past has appeared. You can't do it. Junwei Mountain Lord was dejected and dejected. He roared at the top of his lungs. He felt incomparably miserable for not even being able to pass the first trial of the human race. Then tell me in detail. Let's see how I will wither on the road ahead, Yi Fan said calmly. The legend has reappeared, and the divine star of nature shines brightly. Not to mention anything else, just the two types of people you've heard of are enough to kill you. Mountain Lord June felt a sense of loss in his heart. Perhaps only by talking about the glory of others could he suppress Yi Fan and make him feel a trace of illusory dignity. Forget it, I won't say it. Wait until you actually encounter it and experience that kind of fear for yourself. Mount Junwei Mountain Lord suddenly laughed like a madman. In the future, I'd like to see who can kill me, Yi Fan said coldly. He prepared to take action, to search this person's sea of consciousness, but he didn't dare go too far, fearing that he would immediately self-destruct. Boom! Half of Mountain Lord Junwei Mountain Lord's body was burning, and his primordial spirit was like a torch. The little purple person came out of his body and was surrounded by a flame of primal chaos, on the verge of disintegration. Yi Fan's expression changed. He had no way to stop it. It was very difficult to stop an expert of this level from self-destructing. After all, he hadn't completely stopped it. He stared at the flame of primal chaos and seemed to have realized something. He looked at Mount Junwei Mountain Lord and allowed him to self-destruct. Have you thought of something? You should know that I've only seen a portion of the primal chaos divine chains of order, but what you will face in the future is... Ha! Yi Fan frowned. This kind of physique had never appeared before, and even if it did, it wouldn't be pure. It was said that it could only be seen in the era of legends, and the probability was so low that it was negligible. Indestructible golden body, you are very powerful, but you are really just a green leaf. It is precisely because of your lush verdant nature that you can set off the brilliance of those divine flowers. Their radiance will spread throughout the universe. His body was turned to ashes under the flames. The little purple person was in incomparable pain and was about to be completely obliterated, walking on the final path of self-destruction. I have been defeated and am far inferior to you, but it will be difficult for you to reach the end of this path. 100,000 years ago, several people of the indestructible golden body fell, killed by another type of supreme physique. As long as they know that you came from the Emperor Burial Star, the indestructible golden body's old enemy will definitely turn around and kill you. The little purple person was full of sorrow. He screamed and roared crazily as he walked towards the end of death. Yifan's expression changed. He thought of the past events of the primordial era. There were some divine physiques that stepped on the ancient starry sky path and shed blood in outer space, dying in battle in the cosmos. It was rumored that this was done by a certain type of terrifying old enemy. Of course, not all of those battles were lost. There were also some divine physiques that won, killing their peerless enemies and returning to the ancient Big Dipper star domain. The era of legends has arrived, and some people that shouldn't have appeared have been born. Am I just a green leaf that serves as a foil? Yifan said softly, and then he laughed coldly. He stared at the little purple person and said, "Legends are meant to be broken." Boom! Mountain Lord June's purple primordial spirit was shattered and scattered into the heaven and earth. The last traces of his life completely disappeared, and he could no longer witness the various legends of the Emperor Path. Yifan looked at the other person. He only had a head left, and it was full of fear. It was trampled under Longma's hooves. He was extremely unwilling and didn't want to die, but he knew that there was no hope at all. In fact, from Yifan's point of view, the other four were even more valuable than Mountain Lord June. That origin magnetic immortal light was extremely bizarre, and it was truly a peerless secret technique. Mountain Lord June was only able to fight against him because of his own strength, but these four relied on the mysteriousness and sharpness of the secret technique to contend against him. I want the four symbols formation, and also the cultivation method of the origin magnetic immortal light, Yifan said. You won't get it. If you force me, I'll directly shatter my own consciousness. This person's face was snow white. He appeared fierce but was actually weak at heart. The panic in his eyes betrayed the weakness in his heart. Hand over what I want, and I'll let you escape 800 li away. If you can escape from here, I'll let you live, Yifan said. This person's face was deathly pale. He wanted to bargain, but after seeing Yifan's coldness, he immediately stopped talking. He threw away the four-sided formation and his head flew into the sky. Yifan caught it and studied it carefully. The four-sided formation merged together and turned into a half-moon shape. It was sparkling and translucent as if it was carved out of suet jade. On it, there were many small words written in the immemorial divine language. It recorded a secret technique called Origin Magnetic Immortal Light. It's indeed a world-shocking divine technique. It's actually engraved on the precious four symbols formation to protect the inheritance from destruction. Yifan sighed and firmly remembered the secret technique in his heart. I feel that this half-moon formation is not bad, Longma said with squinted eyes. Yifan nodded. This formation was no small matter. After it was arranged, it could trap many great enemies and was difficult to break through. He flicked his hand and tossed it to Longma. Then, he took out a large bow that he had personally forged during the 10 years of bloody battles. He used the tendons of a flood dragon as the bowstring and the ancient tree spirit as the body of the bow. He pulled out a bone arrow and knocked it on the bowstring, shooting it out in an instant. A streak of white light flew out 800 li in an instant. The escaping head could already see the exit. He originally thought that he could live, but at this time, he was pierced through by an arrow. With a pu sound, he turned into crushed flesh and broken bones. A bloody mist drifted into the air. He died a violent death. The bone arrow was refined from the bone spurs on the backs of saint-level ancient beasts. Yifan killed saint beasts and collected several dozen of them, refining them into arrow feathers. With a flash of white light, Yifan put away the arrow feathers. He didn't waste them, because he didn't know how many dangers there were ahead. The whole world became quiet. Yifan's people had almost wiped out all the cultivators in the two great regions. They had fought across realms and annihilated all the heroes. Everywhere he passed, the surviving birds and beasts all trembled and went into hibernation. They were incomparably terrified and didn't dare to come out. Longma fiddled with the four symbols formation diagram and was immersed in a state of incomparable joy. It was convinced that the four people hadn't displayed the full power of the ancient formation. Yifan left the devastated battlefield and sat cross-legged on a stone peak. His heart was calm and filled with a sense of harvest. The wonderful origin magnetism technique was definitely a supreme divine technique. It was comparable to the divine rainbow light obtained from the eternal star domain and was extremely rare. This kind of secret technique made it so difficult to deal with four people who weren't extremely outstanding. From this, it could be seen that it was extraordinary and could be mentioned on the same level as the ancient emperor's forbidden technique. Yifan possessed the battle saint technique, so he cultivated other secret techniques at an exceptionally fast speed. 4 hours later, a hazy gray mist appeared on his body and the magnetic force appeared. Then, he evolved once again. The gray mist dissipated and turned into magnetic electricity that curled around Yifan's body. Shi-La. Yifan's entire body turned into a streak of human-shaped immortal light. It swept through the mountain range in front of him like breaking dry weeds and smashing everything into ashes. What a powerful secret technique. Longma was astonished and felt a wave of desire. Then, it began to ponder over it as well. Yifan frowned. He didn't feel the joy of completing the divine ability, because there was still a bit of distance from perfection. He lacked a type of divine magnetic to assist him in cultivation, so he couldn't complete it. This type of secret technique is too wondrous. It truly is terrifying beyond compare. Longma also comprehended a few things. It turned into an electromagnetic horse and soared into the sky, releasing tsunami-like fluctuations. They realized that if they wanted to cultivate this technique, they needed to go deep into the earth and capture the legendary divine magnetic. Only then would they be able to reach perfection. This is St. Fall Island and not a true ancient star. Without a divine magnetic, it will be difficult to continue cultivating. Yifan stood up and walked towards the ancient mountain range. He began to comprehend the great Tao of this place. The forbidden secret technique was extremely important, but right now, completing the trial mission was even more important. His body and mind became clear, cleansed of murderous energy. His body flickered with precious splendor as he merged with all things in nature. The Tao of nature. Yifan sighed and opened his eyes. He used half a day's time to capture the great Tao of the ancients and comprehend its essence. Soon after, he opened the scripture that Princess Yudai gave him. He read it while comprehending it, merging with heaven and earth. Humans follow the earth follows the heavens follow the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. Yifan said softly. His entire body shone with sparkling light. The fresh air of plants blew over, cleansing his body of murderous energy and making his heart feel empty. Ape cries and tiger roars sounded from the depths of the mountains again. The trial grounds became peaceful again. It is indeed an unparalleled great Tao, but it is not my Tao. After who knew how much time had passed, Yifan closed the ancient scroll. He stood up and smashed his fist into the heavens. Golden light pierced into the cosmos and broke through the restrictions. The entire ancient land was almost destroyed. Who is this? Outside of St. Fall Island, a few soldiers' expressions changed. Even the great commander riding on the heavenly wolf was shaken. He then shook his head and told them not to pay attention to him. 100 scriptures nurtured in the furnace. I will walk the path of being unrivaled in the present age and shatter legends. Yifan said to himself. Chapter 1256. The mountains swayed, and all beasts were startled. They turned into a flood as they fled within the mountain range. Flocks of birds spread their wings and flew into the distance. They were terrified by the aura released by Yi Fan, and most of them directly fell limp onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably. A moment later, Yi Fan calmed down. His blood energy was restrained, and his body and mind were clear. He strolled within the mountains. The great Tao of nature, the miraculous scripture of establishing the Tao. Even though it is not my Tao, it is still an inheritance. It was difficult for Yi Fan to calmly walk this path, but he knew that this was a type of Tao establishing immortal scripture. There were too many areas worth learning from. For the sake of completing the trial and walking his own path, he seriously comprehended it for 3 days and 3 nights. Only then did he get up and leave. The 36th region had long been empty. The middle-aged Taoist nun and a total of 23 people were all killed by Yi Fan, so no outsiders stepped foot here. The 37th region was also quiet. Following the death of Mount Junwei's group of 5, no other contenders appeared. Yi Fan moved between the 2 regions, but he couldn't find any opponents. A 50,000-year-old young medicine king. Longma bit off half of it like a cabbage. He was extremely satisfied. If others saw this, they would definitely be heartbroken and curse him for being a wastrel. There were many ancient medicines on St. Fall Island, but those that reached tens of thousands of years of age were rare. After all, every 10,000 years, a group of people would pass through. In the following days, Yi Fan began to cross realms. His figure appeared in the 5 left and 5 right realms. There was a pile of shackles on his body that weighed millions of jin. It was as if they were cast from blood-colored divine iron. They flickered with light and were extremely astonishing. Finally, he set his eyes on the central forbidden region. He advanced with Longma. There were holy beasts roaring there, and bloody light rushed into the sky. St. Fall Island had a total of 50 regions. The first 49 regions were the trial grounds, and the last region was a bit special. It was located at the center of the island and was connected to every other region. The great commander had warned that there was no need to let the trial takers approach this place. They only needed to finish comprehending in the first 49 regions. It was rumored that the central region was a forbidden region. Even if ancient saints entered, they would most likely die. It had always been the burial ground of experts. Yi Fan and Longma continued forward. They did not encounter any danger along the way. It was only when they approached this place that they sensed a baleful aura. Black clouds surged. The enormous mountain towered into the heavens, as if it pierced into the cosmos. One could see the wings of terrifying creatures that looked like winged dragons. That was only a type of vicious bird. It could tear apart quite a few trial takers, but it wasn't in existence at the very top of the food chain. Facing the waves of powerful auras, it was trembling. What exactly is there in the central forbidden zone that attracted a group of powerful existences to occupy it and refuse to leave? There must be some secret. When Yi Fan finally entered, he immediately felt an indescribable killing intent, as if it came from ancient times. Longma followed behind, feeling a little uncertain, because it soon discovered a holy beast spying on them from a primitive forest in the distance. They had only just entered, but they had already encountered a saint beast. Only the heavens knew how terrifying the strongest existence here was. Rumble, Longma trampled out a skull that was the size of a stone roller. It seemed like it had already experienced hundreds of thousands of years, yet it still hadn't completely decayed. Sacred bone, this doesn't belong to humans. Back then, a bitter battle took place here. Longma said to itself. This mountain is a bit strange. Yi Fan was incredibly bewildered. There was a mountain up ahead. It wasn't that tall, but there was an extremely bitter aura spreading outwards. There weren't many plants on it, and they were all ancient trees. There was very little soil on it, its entire body a grayish-white color. It looked quite precipitous, and when one touched it with their hands, it released waves of clear and melodious sounds. No, this is a tooth, not a mountain peak. Yifan finally saw some clues. This was 100 zhang tall, a short mountain made of teeth. This was just too horrifying. Just how enormous was this creature? A single tooth was comparable to a mountain peak. Just how enormous was its original form? At this moment, they finally understood why this place was called Sacred Fall Island. The battle back then was definitely world-shocking, and many saints died. I saw another holy beast. Longma warned with a soft voice. A pangolin's entire body was lead gray in color. It wasn't that large, only a dozen or so zhang in length. It passed through a stone mountain and disappeared ahead. Zheng zheng zheng. Suddenly, Yifan and the others suffered an attack. When they entered a swamp, waves of sword radiance surged. This was the power of a saint. There were dried bones floating within the swamp. An expanse of divine chains of order interweaved here, wishing to strangle Yifan and Longma to death. Holy might surged, and the power of natural laws pervaded the air. This is a battlefield. The experts who died, the natural laws they left behind haven't scattered to this day. For later generations, this is a battlefield of slaughter, but for a few powerful holy beasts, it is a rare place to comprehend the Tao. Longma said. Now, Yifan's fighting strength increased greatly, so it was naturally difficult for him to trap them. All of the natural laws were suppressed by him, making this place slowly calm down. Xiao. A spirit monster cultivated from a water flood dragon had chewed on an ancient saint's bone and possessed extraordinary divine abilities. It attacked Yifan and the others. In the end, Longma's hooves directly trampled it to death. A pool of dirty blood appeared, ending its life. The creatures here are quite strange. They can't be measured by cultivation realm. They actually ate a saint's bone and dared to attack us. They became even more careful and continued on their way. After walking for a long time, they discovered an ancient cave at the foot of a stone mountain. Flames surged, blazing and surging. Yifan's expression became sluggish. He felt an emotional fluctuation of despair. He walked in, and then immediately afterwards, he retreated, a layer of sweat appearing on his body. Tao transformation power. This fiery cave was left behind by an expert who transformed into the Tao. Even now, the Tao flame still hadn't been extinguished. He and Longma almost fell into eternal damnation. F***ck. Longma continuously cursed. Just now, it was just half a step away from passively transforming into the Tao. Fortunately, its cultivation was strong enough, and it made it through this disaster. The central forbidden zone is full of danger. We can't be careless. They encountered 24 dangers along the way, and in the end, they passed through all of them. They arrived at the deepest part, where blood energy was like sword radiance, piercing through the sky and disappearing into the sky. Moreover, accompanied by the clanging of swords, a powerful murderous intent appeared, making one's soul palpitate. A blood lake. Blood energy rushed into the sky, and sword radiance clanged. All of it originated from a blood lake. Its diameter was 5 li, and it was bright red and dazzling. Blood clouds surged, and mist rose. One could feel the ancient murderous intent from far away. Streaks of bloody radiance shot into the sky. A Tenjiang blood lake, the burial ground of the ancestors. Beside the blood lake, there was a stone tablet. Under the corrosion of time, half of it had long since decayed, and one could barely make out the primordial divine characters on it. A Tenjiang blood lake. Why do I see 10 li? Longma was puzzled. So many years had passed, and the sea had turned into mulberry fields. The Tenjiang blood pool had become a lake, but the killing intent within the blood had yet to dissipate. From this, it could be seen just how terrifying the killing intent the enemy had injected into this expert's body when he died. There's a spiritual imprint here. Yi Fan was astonished. No wonder it's called the ancient trial path of the strongest. Every step is for the sake of tempering oneself, allowing the later generations to become stronger. Longma sighed. This was a spiritual imprint, and it spoke of a principle. Apart from the enemy, one was also the strongest opponent. There was a blood-colored battlefield here, and it could provide the later generations with the conditions to fight against themselves. It could allow the trial takers to understand themselves better and continuously transform. In this ancient battlefield, to be able to instantly create a copy of oneself, what kind of heaven-defying method is this? Longma couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The one who created this ancient battlefield definitely had the ability to seize the natural luck. Anyone who entered could evolve a second self. The blood-colored battlefield was in the middle of the lake, and there were bloody cracks everywhere. Yi Fan and Longma didn't hesitate and each entered a bloody crack. Boom! Not long after Yi Fan entered, a world-shaking battle began. The bloody crack closed and turned into a sealed world. This battle shocked the world, but it was a pity that no one could see it. 3 days later, Yi Fan's entire body was covered in golden blood, and he had suffered devastating injuries. Even with the secret character, a supreme healing immortal art, it was still so bitter. There was no other reason. He let go of his limbs and fought with him. He knew the secret arts, and so did that person. That person was very clear about his battle skills. This was the most bitter battle in Yi Fan's life. No one else could compare to him. They were evenly matched, and they fought crazily. When Yi Fan came out, Longma was vomiting. His entire body was covered in blood, and he was about to turn into a pile of mud. Even his white bones were exposed. I've never hated myself as much as I do today. Why is it so hard to beat up? I can't kill him no matter what. My true body was almost lost inside. Longma cursed again and again. He vomited while cursing. It seemed like he had gone crazy during the battle. I found a way to raise my cultivation. In the future, the 1 chi into 3 pure ones will be my mortal enemy. Yi Fan dragged his tired and injured body and said, "Don't, it's fine here. If we fight like this in the real world, you might be killed by yourself." Longma warned. In this place, even if his true body died, he could still revive in the end. This was the beauty of the blood battlefield. Unfortunately, everyone only had one chance. They couldn't fight a second time. Yi Fan and Longma retreated and returned to the 36th region. They started to heal. Longma vomited for 2 days before slowly regaining his composure. "Do you think there are others fighting with you?" Longma asked. "Of course, there are definitely others who entered." Yi Fan replied. "I hope they want to vomit when they see me." Longma cursed maliciously. Dang, on the 12th day, a bell rang throughout the St. Fall Island. Time was up. All the challengers had to leave or they would be sealed here. Yi Fan changed out of his tattered battle clothes and washed the blood off his body in a lake. He put on a new set of battle clothes and rode Longma out. At this moment, his essence, chi, and spirit had reached an astonishing level. His blood chi was like the ocean and his spirit was condensed like immortal light. He seemed to have been reborn. There were people at every exit. Experts from various star fields were either injured or in high spirits. They walked out of the trial grounds. Tuobiyu from the Human King's ancient star field has come out. As expected, he is elegant and confident. He is a hero of his generation. Many people felt as if he had gone through a baptism when they saw this young master in embroidered clothes. His entire body had an indescribable aura. Amitba. A Buddhist chant sounded out, and Ku Tuchuo from the ancient Amitba star field walked out. The birthmark on his face, which looked like a knife scar, shone with Buddhist light. Then, Yu Xian from the Feather Ancient Star Field appeared. She smiled sweetly and her graceful figure made many people's eyes light up. The powerful Ouya Mo and the mysterious Mu Guanghan also walked out. There were no accidents. Why hasn't anyone from the 36th and 37th districts come out yet? Oh, that nun went to kill the cultivator named Yifan with more than 20 people. Did she not find him and is waiting for him at the exit? It's very possible. With so many people, even a seed-level cultivator would have a hard time. It's almost certain death for one person to fight so many people alone. Mount Junwei and 4 powerful cultivators entered the 37th district. Why haven't they come out yet? Did he cross over to help? It's said that the Lord of Mount Junwei is a seed-ranked powerhouse with shocking divine might. If he were to help, it could be said to be a massacre. Everyone was waiting and looking at the 36th district. Even people like Ku Tuchuo, Ouya Mo, Yu Xian, and Mu Guanghan were paying attention.